Sometimes people look up into the night sky, searching for answers, praying. Some search through the constellations for answers. Others, while looking up, find strange anomalies, hidden realities about the world that we live in. Good evening. My name is Eric.
And my name is Paula.
And this is
Dark Reflections.
Can you see me? Hello? I'm here. Behind you, look. Behind you. I'm behind you. I am right behind you. Dark Reflections.
Hey guys, welcome to Season 1, Episode 1 of Dark Reflections. Many of you
made
already
it.
know, but if you don't know, my name is Eric Malave.
And my name is Paula Malave.
So guys, this is so exciting. We've been planning on doing this for a long time.
Yeah, a really long time.
So we're finally here. We finally got Paula on the screen again. You guys, so many of you been waiting to hang out with us and talk about some of the crazy things that we talk about.
Yeah.
I think the last time you came on, we did a reveal of
My
the computer that some of our amazing viewers got for you. So
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That was the last time.
That is so cool. So now she's here, I'm here, and we're going to be talking about a topic. We're going to, let's call it softball. Let's softball this, right? This is an easy topic. I feel this is something
Oh, yeah, it's easy.
like that a lot of people, I wouldn't necessarily say relate to, but they understand. And
They know of or might know of somebody else who have either had an experience or they've seen something. Or...
absolutely. So this episode, we're going to be talking about alien abductions. Now, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Before you guys just jump to any kind of conclusions, we're not just talking about any run-of-the-mill hillbilly type alien abduction where Paw thought he saw a light in the sky after drinking too much moonshine. I mean, we're talking as true and real as true and real can be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're talking encounters that were not only seen by multiple people at once,
But by hundreds.
hundreds of people, and corroborated by government officials. So, this is going to be super, super fun. So, how do you think we should start this off?
Well, maybe we should talk about a little bit of what
Types of aliens?
what types of aliens.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
What they could have encountered.
All right, so right off the bat, for those of you who kind of are not really either in the know or into this type of situation, okay? There are there's allegedly like hundreds of species of
Yeah.
aliens, extraterrestrial aliens that allegedly exist.
There's a few that are like more commonly known.
Right. So we're just gonna kind of spitball discuss this with you guys. Believe it or not, the top 10 experienced extraterrestrial sighted species. So right off the bat, the first one that most people I think could relate to are the Greys.
Yeah. Your stereotypical one that is seen in most of the movies and the television shows that come out.
Right.
That's what
Right.
people commonly think of are the Greys.
Right. So those are your 3 to 4 foot tall individuals. They're usually either said to have either like really dry looking or slick skin with the big black eyes and the bulbous heads. So
And they could be gray skin tone. Sometimes there's even described as a green, hence the little green alien.
right. So a lot of So a lot of times again,
Little slits for mouth,
little slits for mouths. Right.
little
so like
nostril slits.
right. So it all depends on like the individuals and their sightings
Yeah.
and what they see. So some people claim to see these things. Now, what's interesting though is the characteristics though of the individuals. Well, not the individuals, but the individuals who get abducted or have experience with these Greys. They all speak of similar characteristics that this particular species has, and for some reason it always seems that they're like harvesting genetic materials. So like these are the ones that like people always talk about. Oh, I got probed.
I got
Oh,
probed.
I got anal probed. Everybody talks about getting
Everybody
anal
talks
probed.
about that.
Everybody talks
Oh,
about
no.
getting anal probed. So it's talking about the ones that are normally like
No diddy, no diddy.
probing, no diddy, no diddy. Even the aliens are no diddy. Isn't that horrible? Wow, damn.
Too soon.
But they're actually the most commonly reported, and according to our studies, they're actually said to go of a hive mind structure. Their purpose is often said to involve genetic experiments, hybridization programs, and observations of humanity. So this is why a lot of people say that they see, the little green men, these little, 3 foot muñequitos, these little guys. You know what I mean? So now the next one is one that a lot of people freak out about, and no, before the conspiracy theories start, no, not for any particular reason, but it's the reptilians.
Ay, they scare me.
So now, for those of you who don't know, these reptilians have been reported to be these tall humanoid reptilian beings, typically around 6 to 9 feet tall, with greenish brown or scaly skin,
Oh, I hate it.
sharp features, and slit eyes similar to reptiles, hence the reptilian name. Or also they're known as draconians in a lot of religious texts. And there are mentions of draconians in the Bible. But we'll get to that in another episode if you guys want.
Yeah.
So,
We can have like a billion episodes of this.
yeah, literally.
We're only going to slightly touch on things tonight.
Yeah, this is just, guys, this is just the tip of the iceberg of any of these conversations. But we just figured we'd start off softball it with something fun,
Yeah.
something a little more relatable, before going into the really deep esoteric conversations about like holographic reality and the fact that you're all a simulation.
Oh no, I hate that. I hate that too. I hate when he brings that up. It scares me.
Listen, the reason why you hate it is because of the fact that I could give you such concrete proof. I could prove it. Mark my words. When we do the episode about is this reality a simulation, if you're not a believer, I'm going to have you questioning whether you're a PC or an NPC by the end of the episode. I promise you it's going to happen. It's a thing.
I hate it.
So anyway, back to the reptilians, right? Right. So the reptilians' characteristics, they're always depicted as the aggressors, right? They're manipulative. They're seeking control over humanity. Some theories suggest that they shapeshift. This is the thing.
That's even scarier.
Right, but this is the thing. And a lot of people believe, November, that they shapeshift into a lot of positions of power, like political figures and authoritarian roles within society. So
Terrifying.
that they are a little delulu. Like they're a little cray cray.
They're scary.
They're
They're probably one of the scariest
bar none. Because
kinds.
see, the thing is, like, as far as like all of this is concerned, like in the hierarchy that is aliens, is like anything else that's paranormal, supernatural, or just plain old humanity to begin with, you have your different levels of crazy. And for some reason, it's the reptilians that have throughout history,
Been
throughout
the bad
cultures,
guys.
have always been the villain, have always been the bad guys. I'm probably pissing off some reptilians who are listening in right now. And on behalf of the human species and whatever the hell alien I may be, you can kiss my whole motherfucking ass. Okay, because I be making everybody mad. So anyway, so their agendas, they're thought to be involved, like I said, in manipulating human societies from behind the scenes, allegedly controlling the governments, corporations, and medias for their own personal gain. Now that's the fucking
Terrifying
weird thing. Here's the thing.
But also, they're like most news stations.
It's
true.
But think about this. Okay, so here's this big extraterrestrial creature. We have to be for you to have the technological advancements and the superior mindset. We have to be an ant in comparison to these people. No?
Yeah.
So what is so intimidating about the human race and the human condition that they feel threatened? I spun that one away, you guys were.
No, but do they feel threatened, or do they treat us like they're animal? Their pet.
Okay, fair. I see that. I see where you're coming from with that. But my angle is, why bother? Isn't there a better pet to have? Like, some people want a Chihuahua and some people want a Tabisha Mastiff. Like, why are you gonna go for the little? Like, if you really want to make a stronghold in the world, right? In the universe.
But in universe, they might have, in their universe, they might be the strong person, and we're literally the fish in their fish tank.
But I don't know. But why would you want to manipulate the fish? Right, that's what I'm saying. That's the fuck. But we don't know the answer.
That's what makes it scary.
It's scary as fuck. All right.
I hate it.
I can't. Okay, here you go. So the next one are the Nordics.
Oh,
the Pleiadians, as they're known. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're always. The reason why they call the Nordics is because they're tall humanoid beings with strikingly human features, often resembling Scandinavian or Northern European people. They're said to have blonde hair and blue eyes. Okay. I have a story about that has to do with World War II. And yes,
no.
It involves all the big players of World War II that you think of. And how their agenda was really a cabal in witchcraft.
Ooh.
That's for another episode, okay? But they're known for their benevolence and wisdom. The Nordics are believed to come from the Pleiadian star clusters. They're depicted as peaceful, spiritual, and protectors of humanity, which is why a lot of people who believe in star seeds,
yes,
and
Pleiadians,
right, believe in the Pleiadians, and, or feel that we have a strong connection to the Pleiadians.
Yeah, I have a friend who I actually used to work with. She fully believes in the whole star seeds,
sure,
the Pleiadians, the light beings. She fully believes in that. And she feels like we can connect with them and on like a different level.
Mm-hmm. Now, check this. Allegedly, they work to help humanity ascend spirituality and protect Earth from the negative alien species, like the reptilians that we heard of before. They're often considered allies of human and seen as working against the darker forces, like the reptilians and the Greys.
Oh, good.
Now,
we like them.
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know the Greys were the ops. I didn't know we were sliding on the Greys, but apparently the Greys are. I mean.
Wait, the Greys are ops, or the Pleiadians
the Greys
are
the
ops?
oppositions. That's what they're saying. Well, at least I didn't say it, the Pleiadians did.
Oh.
Okay, allegedly.
It was the Pleiadians,
now,
allegedly.
Y'all, I ain't gonna lie, and you're gonna hear me bring up this next species of alien a lot. They are my all-time favorite because this one is the premise, or within the premise of the Old Testament of the Christian Bible, and that's the Anunnaki.
Oh, yeah.
Often depicted as tall humanoids, resembling gods or giants from ancient Sumerian mythology. I fucking love the concept of the Anunnakis, or in the Bible, as they're called, the fallen angels. Okay? So, according to the ancient astronaut theory popularized by Zecharia Sitchin, the Anunnaki are an extraterrestrial species who visited Earth thousands of years ago and played a role in the creation of human civilization. Some believe that they manipulated human DNA to create workers. That is I am fully vested in that rabbit hole, and that is
I've heard you speak about the Anunnaki often, actually.
What is that thing that you always ask me? The Roman Empire?
Oh yeah, what's your Roman Empire?
What's my Roman Empire? The Anunnaki or my Roman Empire. Like I get why guys have a thing for the Roman Empire. Some maybe not a little bit. We'll talk about that later too. But the Anunnaki and the stories of the Anunnaki, oh man, I am all for them. Okay? They're said to have come to Earth in search of gold and other resources. More that I'll talk about when we talk about that. Some believe that they continue to influence humanity through secret societies and elite groups. And I will say that
Freemasons.
it does make
Freemasons.
sense. Oh, the Freemasons.
That's a whole other episode.
Guys, when we start talking about secret societies, and I'm gonna say the buzzwords. When we start talking about that, we're gonna the Skull Society, the Illuminati, Scientology.
Oh, that's a big one.
And the Freemasons.
Yeah.
That's gonna be crazy.
Oh yeah.
Mystic Misfit just wrote into our chat and over here on Twitch. And for those of you who are watching later on YouTube, you can catch us on right now on twitch.tv/the Mr. Malafi to join us live on the chats. So Mystic Misfit just said 100% believe in that we could do an entire episode on the Masons. Well, the Masons, there is no denying the fact that Freemasons are tried, true, and exist, and
my grandfather was a Freemason.
All of our presidents are Freemasons.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all are tempting me. I want to go into this so much, but yes.
Not tonight.
Not today.
Something else.
Now, here's another one that I've heard the name, but I don't know too much about: the Arcturians. Generally described
they sound
as
fancy. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Wait, what?
The Arcturians.
Arcturians.
What did you think I said?
Not that.
What did you?
Not that.
What did you think I said?
I don't know, but it wasn't that.
He said a whole ass other word, but not Arcturians.
There's a whole other language.
There's a whole other word spoken by this man. Generally described as blue-skinned humanoids, sometimes depicted as having large heads and slim bodies similar to the Greys, but with a more benevolent appearance. So they be the bougie Greys? Is that what we're saying?
The scarier Greys?
They're the bougie Greys?
I'm blue. If I was green, I would die. If I was green, I know. If I was blue, I'd sing that.
Shit. Arcturians are often...
kind of like, what's that Star Wars that are all blue? The Star Wars...
What is it? Chiss? CHISS? Chat? Is that what the blues are? With the red eyes, right?
Yeah, but they're all blue. That's what I pictured right now when you were describing that.
Yes. Or the chizziest. And my beautiful moderator Alex says, the chiz. Alex, also, what is the Dungeons and Dragons? And I believe that the Arcturians were based off of them. There's the Dungeons and Dragons class that they're all blue, and they're highly intelligent, benevolent, and they're like known manipulators. Like what is their names? I'm forgetting off the top. It's like on the tip of my tongue, and
you said from D&D?
Yeah, from Dungeons and Dragons. Well, you figure art imitates life, just like how the Chiss was, based off of something. From Spelljammer, that's Arcane. I'm trying to think of what it was. One of my buddies played them. I can't think of what it was. It'll come to me, and I'll end up blurting it out at some point. But Arcturians are often described as highly advanced, benevolent, and spiritual species. They're believed to possess advanced technology and deep understanding of the universe's spiritual laws. Now, that's an interesting deep dive. What constitutes as the universe's spiritual laws? Don't be a dick. What else would be an alien spiritual law? Like, don't blow up other planets.
Yeah, but
don't procreate with Delulus.
well,
I don't know, because aliens are just out here always. Like, I feel like they're
out
not,
here all the time.
They don't. Yeah. I feel like aliens are like kind of space ghetto, because like you never like they're like, why is it always the people that you hear?
He said space ghetto.
They're space ghetto. Like, how come you?
You know what you could do?
What?
You can walk your yeggs and get on out of here. Go home.
Oh my lord!
Space ghetto.
Lord.
Oh lord!
Oh lord! But listen, I can't. Their space. They seem to be dipping their probe in everything. Like, it's like every time. What species inhabits the space ghetto? Clearly,
apparently all of them.
Yo, clearly the people like
All of them.
Well, like, listen, like, it's true. Like, they're. It's like every time you read, you always, it's like a backwater hillbilly. Like, not even like a.
No. Hold on.
We live in Pennsylvania, so it's not even like your Pennsylvania rednecks where it's like, I like hunting and shooting. It's like the hills have eyes, hillbilly, sister cousin Fred, who's like, oh well, when I was over there, this thing, it on something right there by the trailer. I was over there, hitting up not there meth, and this thing, put a probe in my ass. And you're like, really, you? Like, it was
Really,
you?
Jim Bob? Really?
Like, right?
Sure.
Get your broad back.
What do you have in that chew of yours, in that mouth of
Yeah,
yours?
sir, is that
Sir.
a moonshine distillery I see behind you? No, that's an alien abduction chamber. Why did I all of a sudden sound like Foghorn Leghorn? Oh, Lord, now Looney Tunes.
Oh, Lord. You did? I can't.
I said, why are they putting in probes in my ass? That's what it is. That's what it is, Alex. The Videlkin. Yes, the perfectionists. Yes, that's the race from Dungeons and Dragons that I was referencing earlier. Yes. So there's Space Ghetto and the... Oh, listen, don't you distract me over there in chat.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
No, the
I could do
space
bad
ghettos
all by myself.
are the ones abducting the rednecks and probing them.
The ghetto space aliens. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out which of these. All right, chat. After we give you the list, y'all are gonna tell us.
You tell us.
in
We'll
your
put up a
opinion,
poll.
We're gonna put up a poll.
Which
species out of the ones that we mentioned belong in the space
In
ghetto?
the space ghetto.
So, I mean, the Arcturians seem a little bougie. It said that they're involved in protecting Earth from the malevolent alien species and helping the humans evolve
The
spiritually.
reptiles.
So, they're often seen as teachers and guides helping with humanity's ascension. So, they can't. You got to give love to the teachers. Oh, guys, I found it. It's the next one. The insectoids.
Oh, Lord.
I wonder if, like, let's see. You think, like, Mothman would fit into this? An insectoid? You ever think of that?
Yeah.
Chat, I wonder if Mothman is technically considered not
It would
just a
kind of make
cryptid, but an
sense.
alien. Right.
It would make more sense than being like a random
like a
cryptid in
right.
this one particular area, that it's actually an alien species. And it just so happens that one town, I forget where Mothman is from.
Definitely the South.
Definitely not here.
Well, there goes the Southern viewers. Guys, thank you so much. At the bottom half of the
was
Mason
nice
Dixon
having
line.
you.
It was nice talking to you
It's been
guys.
a great
Ak Peterson.
half hour.
we had a solid 38 minutes before we got canceled by half the U.S. Oh, no. West Virginia. See?
I guess it's the New York in us that is coming out.
On God.
You can take the New Yorkers out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the New Yorkers.
Amen. So the insectoids, these aliens resemble large insects often described with features similar to manatees or other insect-like creatures,
Mothman.
standing upright, often very tall. Hell no, 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 no. Ha! Ain't nobody trying to see no motherfucking insectoid.
No, I don't like that. They
No.
can go right with the reptile.
No, they could hold that over yonder. And where's it? West Virginia? Is that where it was, Chad?
West Virginia.
West Virginia can keep Mothman. Ladies and gentlemen, we got an appearance by no other than Aria's ass.
You'll see a lot
This
of
is a
her.
normal thing. Ari, say hi to the people, man. For those of you who don't know, that's my daughter saying hi. Ari, look, say hi to everybody. There she be.
Hi.
All right, Chunk, out of the way.
Oh.
All right. They got the whole family here. Insectoids are considered enigmatic and sometimes unsettling in appearance. Nada. Reports suggest that they're extremely intelligent, excuse me, and they often appear during abduction experiences, sometimes acting as observers or leaders of the operation. Pause. You're telling me that the insectoids are the Diddy? Oh, we found them. They're the Diddy of the aliens. I'm going to read that last sentence again. Did y'all catch that? I'm going to read that again for the people in the back of the fucking class. Okay? It said, they often appear during abductions. Think about what we talk about or what you know that happens during abductions. They just appear. They just Homer Simpson their way into your bedroom as you're getting abducted, sometimes acting as observers or leaders.
Weird.
That's suspicious.
Weird.
That's weird.
I hate that.
Look at this. Their role is unclear, but they are sometimes
To be
viewed
the
as
creeper in the
neutral
corner.
scientists.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like I guess they're like the cameraman. What the hell? Observing or
that.
experimenting on humans. I do not like this, Chad. Other reports suggest that they work alongside the Greys or other species in abductions. Okay, so the Greys are really the ops. Okay.
The
so
Greys
so
are the
far,
ops.
so far, what I'm hearing is we got the Greys,
Yep.
the Insectoids,
Yeah, Mothman.
Mothman, the Reptilians,
Scary.
right? Space Ghetto. Okay.
Space Ghetto.
Vinewood, right? You got the Nordics,
Yep.
the
Pleiadians.
Anunnakis,
The Pleiadians.
the Arcturians. They're the benevolent ones.
Yeah.
So I think we got a clear description. We got a nice baseline of the East Coast versus West Coast.
Yeah.
Of
The Biggie versus
the
Tupac.
Biggie versus the Tupac of what's going on out here in the space ghetto. All right. Oh god. So now we also have. Now here's an interesting one. The Syrians. You know of the Syrians, especially when I read this description, because this may tag into one of our conversations as we share our stories. They are
Okay.
humanoid beings, sometimes described as looking similar to humans or amphibious. Oh no, not these ones. Excuse me. With some features that resemble aquatic animals.
Oh, no,
I was
no,
wrong
no, no.
in that one. So Syrians are believed to come from the Sirius star and are often depicted as having advanced technology and a long history of interaction with Earth. Some claim that they were involved in the building of ancient civilizations such as Atlantis and Egypt. Facts. Okay, so we got the Atlanteans in the mix now. Okay. Often considered allies to humanity, they're often thought to work for the evolution and protection of Earth. Some believe that they share technologies with the human government or spiritual teachings with ancient cultures. Was Egypt once underwater?
I think that's a theory.
That is a theory, but I think the theory more is also that it was lush lands and as well. But
And
yeah,
not just the desert?
I believe so. Yeah, the desert, like the desert was once not a desert over there.
I don't know. That's a bucket list place that I want to go, though. Egypt.
Polar shifts and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Oh God, Egypt? A
Bucket
million
list.
% bucket list. Have to go to Egypt.
Yeah.
Have to. It's going. We manifested
I need to
it.
see a pyramid
It's
in
already
real
there.
life.
Oh yeah, the Great Pyramid. is I have this, and you guys are going to start learning this through listening to the Dark Reflections podcast as well. I have this weird connection with ancient Egypt. I don't know what it is. I can't describe it. I don't know where it comes from. I don't even know where it started. But there's a draw for me with that civilization, that time, maybe past life, or something along those lines. I don't
Maybe.
know.
That's a whole other topic.
That is a whole other topic. All right, so then we got the Orions. So Orions are often depicted as tall humanoid beings. Some sources describe them as resembling humans, while others describe them more like the Greys or reptilians. So how do we know the difference? So they're just tall ass people.
I think they're just thrown.
So Shaq is an Orion. LeBron James is an Orion. Y'all see the way I work? I'm quick with it.
This is what I deal with every day of my life.
Larry Bird. Larry Bird, just like Chad to say, look, see?
Oh, man. My man just said Shaq.
Well, I'm just saying so. Guys, I said it here first. The Orions are associated with both positive and negative traits. Some believe that they are different. There's different factions of Orions, benevolent and malevolent. The malevolent Orions are thought to be warlike and be involved in the manipulation of Earth and their interests. Oh, lo, what happened?
What Misfit just said.
What is this? So, in through chat it says, whose last name is Bird? Clearly only a tall-ass alien. Facts. That's what I'm saying. Make it make sense. We connecting the dots. That's really what's happening. That's really what's happening. All right. But the Orions are also thought to be warlike and involved in the manipulation of Earth in their own interests too. So it really depends on which level of Orions that we're currently dealing with. All right. But it says that they're said to seek control over Earth and its resources, while the benevolent ones are helping humanity evolve.
Everybody wants control over Earth.
So, again, so
it's not that great.
But is it not?
They just want our water.
You think it's our water?
I do think it's our water.
Why do you think it's our water?
Because we have our Earth is made up of its majority
water.
And there's areas that we don't even know about. The map that is our world is not real. That's going to make me sound like a conspiracy theorist.
You are a conspiracy theorist.
But
the Dark Reflections podcast.
They make, they make everything smaller in our maps and closer together than what they actually are. So the world is
besides the fact that we also do not have real imagery of Antarctica.
Truth. Because we're not allowed to.
Because it's a no-fly zone
Because there's aliens there.
Because us and Kim Jong-un decided, hey, you know what? We hate each other, but can we just agree not to fly over Antarctica? Yeah, that's a thing? Okay, bad. Ooh. So Alex says, back when you mentioned Mothman, you said that there was a similar creature to Mothman sighted in Chernobyl just before the reactor blew.
No.
It's known as the Blackbird of Chernobyl.
I literally just got the chills. Literally chills.
Alex, that is so interesting. So, guys, I also want to mention too, okay, if you look at the top of the chat, if you guys are in our Twitch right now.
Ooh, I don't like that.
What's that?
I don't like that.
You don't like that at all.
Ooh.
That is kind of crazy. So if you look at the top of chat, you're going to see that you can share your stories in the Malave Games text channel, okay? And you can have a chance for us to read it out. Now, we will constantly be interacting with chat because that's one of our joys, and that's what's going to make this podcast a lot different than a lot of the others.
Because it's a live stream.
It's a live stream, and we want you guys to interact as much as possible while we give you some really interesting insights as to otherworldly things. But if there's a story, so Alex, if you could tell us some about the Blackbird of Chernobyl, please, put it in that chat. And it would be just amazing to hear about, or anybody, definitely be sure to go up there and check it out.
Yeah, because we should be doing, once we have a buildup of listener stories, we'll do a whole listener story episode where it's just going to be what you guys write in.
Right, because for the those of you who don't
And us reacting to that.
Right, the structure of what we're doing is we're having this little respite at the very beginning where we're, you know, kind of taking it easy because we've been doing a ton of research, and we're just talking about a little little topics to get everybody warmed up with the whole alien idea. And then what's gonna happen is Paula has a story that I don't know what it is. She's gonna read off the story and I'm gonna react. I might have heard of it, I might not have, but we're just gonna chop it up and she's gonna kind of take the lead on that, and then it's gonna flip and then I'm gonna tell one. So we're gonna it's a way for us to kind
And
of
then
keep
after
it a little
that,
fresh. Yeah.
we're going to tell our personal stories.
Yes.
And we have a few personal alien stories to tell of our own.
Yeah, yeah. And many of these I've never shared with anybody. Some, you know, only to like a select close few, or you may have been involved. But yeah.
Yeah.
So eventually what we're going to want to do, like Paula said, is we're going to want to do a listener react where you guys share your stories with us about any topic. And then if it goes in collaboration with a story or a topic that we're going to be speaking about in the future, we could read it right here, live on the air. Even if you don't want us to mention your name and you're just telling
we don't have to.
story,
We don't have to put your. It
Yeah.
could be something that you've heard of, that you've done research on, that piqued your interest, or a personal story. I'd love to hear personal stories.
Personal stories are the
We
the
have
best.
a
First-hand encounters.
lot of we have a few alien related situations.
That's yeah.
But we also have a lot of paranormal stuff and
a lot.
stuff that has happened with both of us, and stuff that has happened separately in our lives that we'll be able to talk about.
Absolutely, and we'll delve more into that because some of you may know, some of you may not know, but we're very big into the spiritual realm, Paula and I. So both observing and practicing different sectors. So we'll get more into that when the time comes, and you know when it's appropriate to kind of be speaking on certain things. I think it's hilarious that your Harry Potter because
My
it's
Slytherin.
Slytherin is
Shout out Jess and James. Thank you. I love you.
Jess and James, thank you for the Christmas gift. Yeah, absolutely. That was Christmas, right? All right. So we were talking about the Orions. All right. Now, wait a minute. I think Mystic Misfit were wrong, because the next one are called the Tall Whites.
Oh Lord, you know they from the ghetto.
So I think we found where Larry Bird is. Tall, slender humanoids with pale white skin. They're generally taller than humans and have long limbs and thin frames. They're sometimes described as looking ethereal or ghost-like. The Tall Whites are believed to be an advanced species with a deep knowledge of technology and space travel. They're said to have been spotted in military encounters where they sometimes act as advisors or observers.
I don't like that.
But think about what that means.
They're like shapeshifters.
Who said that they're shapeshifters?
Oh, they're part of the what's that thing called?
It literally says they literally say that they have secret military interactions, which means that they're believed, allegedly of course, to be working hand in hand with the government in military. That's amazing.
What is that called? Where, so like, there's rumor of I'm just blanking on the name. The Galactic
Federation.
Yeah. Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Galactic Federation.
The Galactic Federation.
One.
Right. So for those of you who
Thing
don't know, the
from
Galactic
each
Federation is supposedly this conglomerate of all the universes, and think of it as like the galaxies and universes United Nations, where supposedly all these alien species from all over the galaxies are said to like hold conference, like very much like the Star Wars prequel where the senator was speaking and everybody was kind of in one of those.
In like that
In one of those little
thing?
dome situations, right?
Domes.
And then, okay, so lastly here, and this is the one that I was talking about, I believe. Yes, it is. The Lyrans. The Lyrans. Humanoid beings who are sometimes described as having feline features with cat-like appearances or characteristics, like the one from the reading with me.
Oh, yeah.
Lyrans are considered one of the oldest and most advanced species in the galaxy, which I thought was actually really cool. And you guys will hear in a story potentially told by Paula why the Lyrans are special to me. They are thought to be highly spiritual, benevolent, helping to guide humanity from a distance. Some believe that humans are descendants of the Lyrans. I actually thought that was an interesting fact when I saw that. They're said to be the protectors of Earth, working to aid in humanity's spiritual development. Interesting. We're going to call back to that. They are sometimes linked to the origins of various ancient civilizations.
Ooh.
So I know we joked about it with our little poll as to like East Coast, West Coast, Space Ghetto, and regular alien, but I'm pretty sure we have a nice little baseline as to like what is said to have been the differentiated personality types of alien species.
Yeah.
So why don't we now lock in a little bit, all right? And we'll start with yours, and let's actually have you tell this story. Now, again, y'all, remember, we set a standard for one another. This couldn't just be some random encounter. This has to have some weighted evidence behind it to try to convince the other that this is in fact a true alien encounter.
All right. So, what I'm going to talk about tonight is a mass UFO sighting in Berkshire County, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, okay.
We love Massachusetts.
Massachusetts, shout out Salem.
Shout out Salem. This occurred on September 1st, 1969. Approximately 250 people witnessed a UAP on this day. This event eventually was recognized by the governor of Massachusetts and the Historic Society as being a historically accurate and significant event.
Hold on a minute. So let's get this right. 250 people, confirmed people witnessed this to the point that it's
at least
250 to now. What did you say? It's now a historical.
So the governor of Massachusetts and the Historic Society dubbed it as being historically accurate and a significant event. So it's like in the history books.
In history, they're like, nope, this happened.
Yeah.
There was an alien sighting.
Yeah. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, a UFO
or UAP, as they're called.
Not yet. A UFO.
Oh.
It's an unidentified flying object.
Oh, okay. This is what.
And then a UAP, like you were just going to say, it's an unidentified anomalous object. The Pentagon recently updated this term in December of 2022. Right. So it went from being a UFO to a UAP sighting.
Right. Now, what's really interesting about that is, there was such a stigma with the word or the phrase UFO, unidentified flying object, because that could have really considered anything that just wasn't a plane in the sky. And on top of it, there was such a bad rap to that. It was unidentified aerial phenomena until they started realizing that I dare say that the majority of these objects would submerge themselves in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, which is scary to think about because,
fuck.
like I was saying about water earlier,
right? Most
there's
of the
so
Earth
much
is
that's
water,
unknown.
And we don't know dick about
nothing.
our oceans.
And that shit goes mad far down.
Far as fuck.
That's scary.
Guys, you know how far that is? Far as fuck.
Far as fuck.
Far as fuck. That's a precise measurement.
Yeah.
Measured in dead ass.
So.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of crazy things occurred on that September night to several people in that county, like we said before. A group of children at that time who to this very day remember being abducted that night, but only a few have been brave enough to come forward and speak with the media about their experiences of what happened. Tonight, I'm going to talk about the stories of Jane Green, whose family had been part of the county her entire life. Her family owned a little shop in town. Tom Warner, whose family has owned the oldest built home in the county that was made in the mid-1600s and is still owned by the family to this day.
That's amazing.
They're still living there. That's crazy.
How cool is that?
And it's so beautiful. It's a beautiful home. I'm also going to speak about Nancy and Tom Reed. They're a mother and son. And Melanie Kerdorfer, all who were born and raised in Berkshire County.
You know what's really interesting about your opening thesis? And please stop me if this has relevance in what you're about to say. Why the kids?
I don't know.
Was it claimed that only the kids saw this phenomenon? Like, was it by a school? Or?
No, it was the entire county.
So 250 people in the county saw it, but the only people that are really stepping forward were the ones who were then kids at the time?
Kids and some of the family members. Okay. Now the kids, at least from the ones that have outwardly spoke out to media sources, and at that time, because remember it was 1969,
right?
So there was no social media like we have right now.
Fair.
So they went to their local news outlets, their radio stations, and spoke about it. But the people who I'm going to talk about today, the kids, they were 10, 11, and 12. They were young. They were young.
They're young.
All young kids. But anyway.
So 16. So they're still alive now.
Yeah.
They're just older.
A lot of these people are alive, so they're just older.
Okay, sure.
Obviously, there are people who are no longer with us that experience this, but the majority of them are still alive. So it was dusk, or just thereafter, on September 1st, 1969. Jane Green was driving down the highway with a friend. In the distance, a large object was seen hovering above the road. This object made no sound and was covered in bright lights. It lifted slightly higher in the air and flew over the mountain line in front of them. In a blink of an eye, it was gone. So imagine driving down the highway.
Yep.
We have had stuff that we've seen driving down the highway. We'll talk about that later. Yeah. But imagine you're driving down the highway. You and your friend, you're listening to the radio, blah, 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 blah. All of a sudden, there's this massive thing in front of you.
That's wild.
And you're like, what the hell is that? And especially...
instant defecation.
69. You also have to think about the year. It's not like right now where there's sightings and stuff happening in malls.
Yeah, like Roswell wasn't that many years before that, right?
And I don't think so. I don't recall the exact date of the whole Roswell incident. Yeah. But yeah. So it's crazy. And it's crazy to think about the time period. While the time period isn't a huge distance from where we're at right now, but it's still a pretty big jump.
So you figure 47 was Roswell.
And this is 69.
right. So
So they're hearing about
like
these
22 years later,
things,
so that's still
but
within...
not like today's socials.
No, but what I'm saying is just like how new and fresh alien sightings really probably were, at least mainstream.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So Jane and her friend, they see this happen. They drive straight to another friend of theirs who worked at a local radio station. They were checking to see if anybody had called in with a similar experience that they just had. So the friend basically told them that they were crazy when they got there.
Right.
And said that it was the swamp gas that caused them to see this. Whatever
Guys,
swamp gas is.
Do any of you have experience with swamp gas?
In Massachusetts?
Well,
Is that
just
a thing?
period. I mean, real talk. Like,
I could think of that, like, down in the bayou.
Yeah, like, literally,
Maybe.
okay, Louisiana had ass.
Yeah.
Like, all right, you
But
Cajun
Massachusetts?
mofo, like, since... But is that a thing? Like, the swamp gas really, like, out here just clouding vision?
Or making you hallucinate?
That's like...
I
Well,
don't know. I should have probably
No, that's just like a
Googled
genuine
swamp
question.
gas. Alex? You want to help a sister out? So, he says swamp gas. Sure, swamp gas. Well, he felt that there was nothing actually there.
right.
Well, after the next few hours go past,
Lo and behold.
experience after experience started to be called in
To the radio station.
to the radio station. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Now imagine again, 69, crazy, crazy music time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now you're getting flooded
Flooded.
with calls from 250 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Saying, "Hey,
We just seen this thing.
did you see this crazy ass anomaly?"
I was looking outside. Did you see that?
Wow.
And this radio host was like, I just thought my friend was batshit crazy.
right, probably high
But
off his
now,
mind.
yeah,
Tripping on LSD.
Yeah.
acid, so they're like, "You're tripping.
high as
You're
hell.
bugging.
Yeah.
You're obviously on shrooms."
Well, people are at this time.
Right.
They were going to the police station too.
Oh, so there was police reports. So everybody
No,
was going crazy. Oh,
the police never documented it.
wait, what? 250 people are going crazy about this, and the police,
Didn't document it.
not one.
No. So the police thought that people were kind of like playing a prank
Okay,
and just making shit up.
okay.
Besides the sheriff. The sheriff and the sheriff's son believed it.
The
They
Williams.
did not see it, okay?
Shout out to the sheriff and the sheriff.
They didn't see it, but
Enough calls came in.
yeah, they genuinely believed it.
Fair.
To where over the next few days they would start searching themselves.
They went out.
They went out because now they wanted to see something. They wanted to see something because they believed all these stories coming in.
And did they see anything?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. So they went out, they went searching, never seen anything. But up until the sheriff passed away, he was still on the lookout, looking up in the sky to see if he could see
Oh,
just a
really?
glimpse as to what those people told him they seen that night.
Wow.
And his son still now works in that town, and he has a picture in the little convenience store that they have, and he tells people about his dad and the sightings and all of that,
That's cool.
which is cool.
I mean, especially being that now you're saying it's like recognized
Yeah.
by the history books. I'd imagine that
The Historic Society
the
said,
Historic
yep, this is
Society-
right.
So that must be a really big pull for that town.
Yeah, has to be.
Or that
Kind of
county.
makes me want to go
Oh, 100% now.
and go look out.
Kind of.
You know? So that night, Tom Warner, we
Okay.
spoke about him earlier. He was at a friend's house, just on the other side of those mountains that the UAP was seen jetting over.
Okay.
Him and his friend, they were so young that they were over coloring. They were coloring.
Oh, so
at the
these are the
friend's
kids,
house.
right? You were saying like 9, 12.
Yeah, 10, 11,
Okay.
12.
So they're out here full
They're out
elbows deep
here.
in Crayola. Okay.
Coloring their lives away.
Yep.
Okay.
All the way outside the lines. Okay.
All the way outside of the lines. No color made sense in that
No
picture
color made the page, right?
at all.
All on the rug.
So here's little Tom. He's coloring. All of a sudden,
Is his
he
name
has.
really Tom?
Yeah, his name is
Oh, okay. I
Tom.
thought you made that shit. That
T-O-M.
sounds good. T-O-M.
There are 2 Toms in this story,
Okay.
but one spells it differently.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I don't.
there's
know.
only
I don't know.
3 Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
tell me about it. So, while Tom is coloring with his Crayolas,
Tom is coloring.
T-O-M Tom,
Okay.
he had this sudden urge to leave. He wanted to go home.
Mm.
So my guy got up,
Yep.
busted out of the house
Yep. Crayons
And started
down,
running.
Ass out. Yep.
as fast as he could to
Fast.
try to get back home.
Okay.
His friend's like, "What the hell,
Right.
Tom?
You still
You
got
just
my brown
left your
crayon.
crayons on the ground.
right.
Where are you going? Where are you going, my guy? What just happened? You just bounced.
He just bounced. He just left. Brown crayon still in his hand. Mad
Still-
as shit.
still
Lost a black crayon. The worst crayon to lose in the box.
So Tom leaves.
Mm-hmm.
He goes running, trying to get home.
Okay.
Okay.
So he had an urge. He just had like a random urge. and
Random,
said, "I need
sudden
to take
urge
my
to
happy
go
ass
home."
And he was gone.
Yep,
Okay.
he said, "I need to go home." So he gets outside, and he can feel that the air felt thick. It was strange,
Okay.
a little hard to breathe, and he couldn't get home fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
The friend who he's with followed him outside. "My guy, where are you going? Hello? Why are you leaving?"
Mm-hmm.
So she follows him out, not knowing what the heck is going on. She steps outside to see him running as fast as he could. In place.
Whoa. Whoa. Chill. Wait. Run that back. Read that last sentence again. You had me.
She went outside to see him running.
Her son.
She stepped outside to see her friend that
Her
just
friend.
left. Her little
And he was
10-year-old
running in
friend
place.
running as fast as he could in place.
Like, are we talking
Like not going anywhere.
like levitating?
no,
Like Flintstone.
no, like making a hole in the ground because he's running as fast as he could, but not going anywhere.
Ah.
Yeah, not going anywhere.
Okay.
Scary.
Horrifying.
This went on. Ooh. This went on for at least 5 minutes.
Wait.
5 minutes.
Wait,
not
my girl just stood there. She was like, in such disbelief that he just stayed trucking for 5 minutes in the same spot. Yo, that is not a real friend. I'm letting everybody in chat know right now. If you see my brown ass, first of all,
Knock me over or something.
hold up, pause. Anybody who knows me knows I'm a fighter. There's people in chat that confirm this. When you see me running, I'm usually running towards the fray.
I don't run for fun.
I'm running away from something, and my ass is running so fast that I'm straight wily coyote.
Your legs are just. Can you imagine? I could just picture
Yo, and
this
you
little
stand
kid.
there for 5 minutes.
And you
I'm
have
slapping
Sally
you
Sue sitting
after
there
a minute
like-
and a half. If you better hope I never move, ever. After a minute and a half, I'm gonna be like, oh, so you just gonna stand there and watch me fucking run over me?
Digging a hole with his feet in the ground.
She said 5 minutes. Are you sure that said 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
This is the historical
What?
society.
5 minutes.
Are they what clock they using?
But the thing is,
Uh-huh.
he knew in his head that
That
he
he was
wasn't
running for 5
going
minutes.
anywhere. Yeah, that he was like stuck in this spot, and he was
wild.
just trying so hard with all his little 10-year-old might
Okay.
to
To Scooby Doo his way through, right?
to move.
Right.
He was running but going nowhere.
Right.
Crazy.
I felt that in my soul, running but going nowhere.
I feel that every day.
I feel that every day going into the 9 to 5.
So he felt the air shift,
Oh.
and above him a large object was seen.
Oh no.
A bright light coming from this object beamed down on him. Like your stereotypical being abducted
Now
imagery.
the little girl is still there.
The little girl is still there.
So she
See,
watching
on the
her
porch,
boy
be
running
like,
in place.
Tom.
She watching Tom.
Where you
TOM,
going?
Running in place, going not a damn place.
Yeah.
And she sees this.
Yeah.
Is it over
She's
her?
like, what the fuck? It's over the whole sky area,
oh,
right there.
okay.
Her house is here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. House
Yup,
here.
yup,
Front
hit me.
porch.
Hit me with it.
Okay.
Yup.
House.
House.
Front porch.
Front
I don't know
porch.
which way the camera can see this.
Susie Q. What's her name?
Susie Q. I don't know. Little girl. Little girl here.
Yup. Her.
Tom.
Tom.
Right here.
Outside.
Outside.
UFO.
Right outside
Here.
of the porch. UFO. Right here.
Damn.
Light beam. Down.
Damn, Susie. Let's see if Susie's a real one in this story. I have a feeling she's not. I have a feeling she's not, Chad. I have a feeling she's not.
So the light beam down.
Yup.
Right over him. He said that he felt like all of the air that was inside of him got sucked out.
Oof.
The friend,
was
seeing
watching.
this happening,
Of
seeing the
course.
light come down
Of
over
course.
him, and then in a blink of an eye, he vanished.
Stop. No.
Vanished. Vanished.
This is the actual port in front of her.
In
Just
front of
gone.
her, she sees Tom, who she was just coloring with.
Who she just watched.
She just watched Jet his
Gone.
little white ass
Right.
out of the house,
Outside.
running as fast as he could, ba 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 ba,
Yep.
not going anywhere.
Not a damn
She
place.
thinking my G is going crazy.
She thought
He
he was
just got
tripping.
up and left, dropped his Crayola.
LSD in the black crayon.
Yeah, yeah.
Gone.
And,
And then poof,
object,
overhead, light drop, Shinobi smoke bomb,
gone.
TOM
Vanished.
Gone.
Quick as she went like this, blink, he was gone.
That's nuts.
Wild.
That's crazy.
Now, 2 miles away from this
Meanwhile-
location, 2 miles away from this location,
Is this the same time?
same time.
No, like literal the same time.
There's no clear timestamp
Okay.
on each individual
Got you. Heard.
situation.
Fair.
But seemingly it popped from place to place to place. That's what I gathered with everything that I watched and I
The
read.
evidence is gotta say that it was like the same anomaly.
It's the same thing,
So it's
but
the only
popping
one
in
anomaly.
and out.
Though.
Right, that's what it seems like, at least from what I
Allegedly.
gathered. Allegedly.
Right. Okay.
Allegedly, this is the same craft popping all over town.
Fair.
Okay. So 2 miles away, Melanie, we
Melanie
brought
now.
up earlier. This is Melanie.
Another kid.
Another kid.
Okay.
I think she was 12.
Okay, so she's just whoever. Okay.
She was with her family enjoying a night out. They just got some ice cream. After they got their ice cream, everyone got back into the family car. But before they could leave the parking lot, a bright light was seen above their heads in the car. So they're in the car. They see a really bright light happen above them before they were even able to leave the parking lot after they just got their ice cream. Okay. The parents, they're like, what the hell's going on? What the hell is that? The kids are in the back screaming, freaking out because they're seeing this crazy ass light too. So dad says, I'm gonna chase this thing.
Clearly, Dad's from the Caucasus Mountains.
Yes.
Ain't no way you're catching me.
Yep.
I am not scary movie in this thing.
Hell no.
What is it with y'all needing to go into danger?
Oh, not me. Not me. Not this white girl. No. No, thank you.
She said, "Oh, not me."
No. First of all,
no.
I trust nobody.
Oh, facts.
Nobody. So anything, I'm like questioning it. You're not gonna catch this white girl.
Off the rip.
No.
Hell no.
That scary haunted house?
Hell no. That's
Not
what you
I,
did.
jelly pie.
You've been with a brown man too much.
Not
That
I,
was it.
jelly
You would
pie.
listen. You would. It would have been like blink, and then the alien would have blink, and the alien would have
No,
said,
no.
"Where the fuck they are?" And we would have been.
Listen.
Oh.
as soon as Tom's friend walked outside and seen Tom running in place, I would have said,
I'd have shut the door.
on that note,
I'm gonna head
walk
out.
my way.
I'd have head
into the
out.
house, shut the door, and said, bye, Tom.
I'd have been calling Tom's mom immediately. And back then it would have been like 8, 4, 5.
5 years.
By the time Tom would have been abducted, gone, probe, come
Gone.
back, I would have been like, Tom outside.
He running in
He running in
place.
place. I don't know what's
gotta
wrong with
come
Tom.
get him.
He had my black crayon now.
He threw
Tom
my
is
crayons
gone.
down.
They took him. Oh my God.
I can't.
Okay. Lock
So,
in.
Melanie's dad, he
Melanie-
wants to go chase this thing. He said,
Okay,
oh, this
but-
bright ass
so
white
were the
light.
kid- hold on a second.
Yeah.
This is my fault.
Sure.
I apologize.
No.
So are the kids inside the car?
Yeah,
with?
it's the whole family.
So the kids are inside. Ice cream. Look outside. Ah! Dad, like, fuck you screaming about? Look up. Oh shit! What's that? And it's now going towards it.
Yeah, dad wants to go
Oh
towards
my
it.
God. Okay.
Now, Melanie-
I thought I misheard you.
No.
I thought I misheard you.
No,
That is
dad wants to go
crazy.
through it.
Okay.
He wants to go follow this thing.
He wants to go follow it.
Okay.
Okay. So
Now-
now we're following aliens. That's what we do now.
Well, Melanie's in
The
the back
kid.
seat. The kid,
Okay.
the 12-year-old girl. She's in the back seat.
Uh huh.
And she's begging her dad, please don't follow that light. I'm scared. Please don't do this. Her younger sister
Yes.
that was in the back seat with her,
Uh huh.
that was the last thing she remembers of that night.
Yeah.
Was that happening? At that point, so Melanie recalls more. At that point, Melanie feels like she's almost being levitated. Her next memory after that, a feeling of levitation while she's in the car still, is being on some kind of aircraft. This is what she said. She remembers being on some sort of aircraft. She could feel that she was lying down on something, but
Ooh,
she
I don't
couldn't
like that at
tell. No, she couldn't tell what she was lying on, but she just knew that she was laying down.
Right.
Now, at this point, remember Tom? The little kid who was just running
Tom,
in
the
place?
little kid with the crayon. Yes.
Yeah, little crayon kid. Well, he comes to. My man's looking around. He sees the neighborhood girl, Melanie.
Wait. He comes too.
He comes to. Remember
Was he the one that vanished?
Yeah,
So wait. Well,
He
when did he
booped.
come to?
he come to on this aircraft.
Oh, so Melanie
Melanie.
is seeing Tom.
No, Melanie does not see Tom. Tom sees Melanie.
Tom sees Melanie on the
Tom
aircraft.
sees Melanie. Now,
Okay.
Tom and Melanie don't really know each other. They just know each other
I
from
just
around
meant
town.
like for us, like
Yeah.
outside, third person. So she, this Melody girl,
Yeah,
on the craft.
on the craft.
Tom, which was
Tom?
Run Boy, Crayon Boy, Vanish Boy,
Yes,
wakes up consciously wakes up on this craft,
on this craft.
and he sees
As soon as he's
girl.
coming to, his conscious is coming to,
Right.
he sees Melanie. And he's like, oh shit, that's that little neighborhood girl. I know her.
I know her from school.
Now, Melanie does not recall seeing Tom.
Of course,
Okay.
woman.
But rude.
She was out in these streets like, I don't know who he is. I was like, oh, I know. Who
I know that guy.
He's like, I stand back you.
No,
English class,
no.
Mr. Zimmerman's class.
Now, I believe Tom was a year or two younger than Melanie.
Okay. Fair. So they're just neighborhood kids. He recalls seeing her, but she doesn't know who he is. She
No.
doesn't recall ever seeing him.
But Melanie,
Yes.
while she doesn't take note of Tom being there, she does see and recognize some of these faces that are around her.
Okay.
All she recalls is a bunch of young kids, so like around her in this same area.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
what is it with the kids?
I don't know. Strange though.
It's crazy.
So one by one, as she's laying there,
Oh, right.
She-
She's laying there.
she's
right.
laying there. So she's seeing all these young kids. One by one, they start to vanish from wherever she is
From
now.
the craft.
From
Yeah.
the craft. One by one, poof, gone. Poof, gone. Poof, gone.
Damn.
Melanie then wakes up, standing by a lake around the area that her family last was. All alone, she walks back home by herself, not sure what just happened.
Poor kid.
So she wakes up by herself, family gone.
So, hold up. So she's in a car getting ice cream with her family. Wakes up. She don't even remember passing out.
Nope.
Wakes up on a slab.
Wakes up really just like coming to from
Right.
whatever just
Right.
happened.
On a
Yeah.
slab.
On a slab.
And then comes to standing up by a lake by herself.
Yeah, all alone. Similar area to where she was in the car with the family,
that's
but
besides the point.
I know it's terrifying.
That's mortifying.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
Holy shit.
Yeah, really
And
scary.
are there people to corroborate this, or is this just like her saying that this is what happened? Like, I mean, like the fact that, like,
Tom's seen her up there.
so okay, so Tom's corroborating the fact that she was up there.
Yeah.
Parents said
Parents,
Melody vanished out the car.
last thing their whole family remembers was that conversation of the kids screaming in the back saying, "Dad, don't go towards it."
Does Melody's parents?
They didn't really get into it with the parents and to what they recall. I do not believe her parents are still with us. I believe her parents have passed on.
Does she ever make any claims as to what her parents said happened or anything like that?
Not in anything that I've seen. Doesn't mean that she hasn't, because I'm
I was
sure
just curious because
there's a lot of information
talk
about this.
right? Like talk about like some information that you would really want to know. It's like, so what happened in that, like, did they experience a time like this is stuff I would want to know. Like, did you guys experience a time lapse? Like, did you guys?
Well, the last thing that her little sister remembers before
Okay.
coming to
Yeah, where did the little sister go? Because she was in the car.
the whole rest of the family, at least to my knowledge,
They were all together.
what I have seen and what I have heard, the rest of the family blooped, I don't know, back home.
And how long
'Cause
was
the- 'cause
what
the
was
younger
time
s-
frame?
Don't just wait.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Time frames are crazy. So, going back to Tom, little crayon boy,
Crayon Boy Tom. Tom.
Tom, he says that after he sees Melanie, he wakes up. This time, he's back on his friend's property, but in a different area of the property, and he's laying down on the ground
Ugh, don't like that at all.
with the beam of light still on him.
Oh shit.
He could hear his brother saying, "Get up and run." Now, he didn't clarify whether or not he was hearing his brother in his head, like, "You gotta get up, you have to run," or if the brother was
The brother
really
was
there.
actually physically
They
saying
never
it.
like clarified that.
Sure.
But get up and run.
That's
And Tom's like, "I can't move. I'm stuck." Like the light was holding
the light
him
was,
down.
Was pressing him down.
Yep. In his head, he could hear a voice say, "Give me a minute and we'll be done."
Oh hell no! I know you're lying.
And sure
Oh.
enough, after a minute, the beam of light turned off. Tom stood up and watched the craft disappear in a second's time. Now, Tom's friend, Sally Sue,
Sally
whatever
Sue
her
from
name
the porch,
is,
the one
Sally
who's
Sue
not a
from the
shooter.
porch, not a shooter.
Right.
She stated
I would
that,
have bopped her.
yeah,
I don't condone violence. However, she would have caught a stray rock or a chancla or something.
Something.
Like how I would have told my big sister to whoop her ass. Like, what does she say? What does Susie Q have to say?
So Susie Q, Tom's friend,
Yeah, Susie.
says that from the time he vanished to the time that he reappeared on the property, there was a total of 7 minutes that went by.
Shut up.
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she saw him in the beam when he came back down?
Yeah, he just blooped back on the property.
Yeah. And the thing said... So, wait a minute. Is this the same kid? Suppressed down. Give me a minute.
What do you mean, give me a minute? Oh, yeah. The name, the
But he heard his brother in his head?
No. The brother, I don't know if the brother was physically on the property. They didn't clarify.
But he said he heard his brother.
But he heard his brother
That's
saying,
what was
you
getting
need
me.
to get up and run.
That's what was getting me. So, right. It was the brother thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the brother was physically there
Okay.
or if he was hearing his brother in his head, like metaphorically, like,
Got you.
Broham, you need to get up and run.
Mm-hmm.
And he couldn't. And the thing in his head said, you got to give me a minute, my guy, and we'll be done.
My boy said, give me a minute. We almost done. I just got to get another angle with this probe here. Hold
Yep.
on a second. Damn.
Yep. So, Nancy and Tom Reed, Thom,
Okay.
Reed.
T.H.O.M. Reed.
Yep.
I think I've heard of him.
From here on out, this Tom is not Crayola Tom.
Right. This is
different Tom.
This is a grown man Tom. Well, no, he was
No,
a kid at the
this
time.
is a kid Tom.
But this
Nancy is a
different
grown
Tom.
woman.
So Crayola Tom is done.
Crayola Tom,
And now,
Tom is done
we're
right
on
this second.
Tom with
yeah.
an H.
Tom with an H. So, Tom with an H and his mom Nancy are in another area of the county on this day.
I wonder how big this county is.
I don't know.
It was just a
know.
thought.
They had a day full of activities. Nancy's mom was with them, Tom's grandma, as well as younger sibling. Tom rode horses and was in a little parade in town that day. He had a pretty crummy time. The horse tried to buck him off. Whatever. Mom felt bad. Said, you know what? After this parade, as a family, let's go out to dinner. Okay.
Always helps.
Oh, always. Food always helps. Food always helps.
Media tacos.
Oh, specifically. With the dip.
Yeah.
After dinner,
Right.
it was pretty late. So they figured they'd start heading home.
Okay.
Nancy, the mom,
Mom.
gets in the driver's seat, and the rest of the family gets in shortly after. And soon, they make their way towards home. Now, at this point, they're driving. They're about 6 miles away from the last location we just talked about.
From
the property bloop.
Okay.
Okay.
Going to the restaurant.
No, they're leaving. They're going home.
They're leaving the restaurant.
Yeah, they ate, but it was really late, so they didn't want to do anything else.
So they're like
Figured
6
to go
miles
home.
away from the restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, no. They're 6 miles away from the last location, which was Tom blooping, the other Tom blooping.
Oh my God! You mean they're only 6 minutes away from the last sighting?
6 miles. Yeah.
God.
So this all happened. Bloop, 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 bloop,
Yeah.
bloop.
Okay. I'm following. I'm
Yeah.
following. I'm locked in. Okay.
So soon they make their way towards home.
Yes.
About 6 miles away from the last location. They had to drive through a covered bridge on the path back to the house. So like a Sleepy Hollow type bridge.
Okay.
Pretty common in Massachusetts,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
types
yeah,
of
of
like
course.
little wooden covered
Yeah.
bridges.
It's like those old, like colonial style bridges.
Yeah. So they had to drive through the path back home over this bridge. As soon as they get onto the bridge, they could see lights shining through the other end of the bridge. When they get to the opening at the end of the bridge, a bright ball of light was seen. This looked to be about 2 stories tall.
How close were they to the ball?
It was right there, apparently. As
Like
soon as
gas
they...
pipe.
Yeah, like there.
Wow.
So off of the
And 2
bridge,
stories.
boom, 2 stories. Yeah. As the ball of light began to slowly rise, they seen what appeared to be rods of light shooting down from the large ball of light.
Okay.
Okay? So like beams of light.
Following.
As they continued to drive, the air began to feel off, like the air pressure had changed. Kind of like what the other Tom said
Right.
about the air feeling weird. It felt thick. Nancy, at this point, stops the car. When they looked up into the sky, they seen a large disc-shaped object, at least 100 yards long.
No. 100 yards.
Yep. The inside of the car became bright. It looked like it was daylight outside. And all of a sudden, they began hearing chirping. Like on a summer's night, when you have your windows open and you can hear the crickets and the animals outside, but amplified by 100%.
Probably bugging out because it had 100-yard wide
Yeah, that-
saucer.
Right, I'm saying. And the change in the air.
Right.
Maybe it was making all the animals go crazy.
Whatever kind of propulsion, whatever, right? Would be affecting everything.
Now, that's going to be the last thing that Nancy, the mom, remembers. This was also the last thing that Tom remembers while in the car. But 3 hours had passed.
3 hours?
Yep, 3 hours had passed before they came to.
Pin a note on
Bef-
that.
They woke up. 3 hours had passed.
We'll put a pin on that.
Yeah. Now, when they came to, they were about 1.5 miles away from where they were previously.
So not super far, but far
Not
enough.
super far, but you should travel a lot more than
3 hours.
1.5 miles in 3 miles. Okay.
I got chills. Right
This reading this portion freaked me out because of a story that we'll have later on.
Yeah, that's what I got chills right now. Okay.
But now when they come to,
Right.
Grandma was now in the driver's seat, and Nancy.
Wasn't Grandma in the passenger seat?
Yeah, but now Grandma's in the
Now
driver's
Grandma's
seat,
in the driver's seat.
and Nancy's in the passenger seat.
Weird.
The problem in this is that
Grandma doesn't have a
Grandma
license.
don't drive.
Shut the fuck up! I was just joking.
Grandma don't drive.
Grandma said, "Honey, just make a right over." What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh.
And Mom was driving.
Wow.
The last thing that they remember, Mom was driving.
Yeah, Mom
not
was
Granny.
driving. I remember. That's what I was saying. Wait a minute. Wasn't the mother driving?
So it's almost like they dropped them back down,
But the
thinking they wouldn't remember anything. But they messed up and rearranged the seating.
Wow. That's so.
That's
nuts.
wild. Now, these are the most prominent people that have come forth. There's a lot of people that have said around town that they've seen things that night or they experienced things or whatnot. But these are the main people that actually went out and weren't scared to talk to the local medias.
Now, I have heard something interesting about this story. Because I have heard of Tom with an H. Tom Lee.
Tom with an H.
Okay, which is the last
Yes.
story you just said.
Yes.
So he has been way more public and, forthcoming with information than the average person that experienced this, like you were mentioning.
Yeah.
So apparently, and this isn't allegedly, just like apparently, he opened like a UFO park in Berkshire County, which is where all this happened, where the survivors of the instances can now all come and kind of conversate in a more open and freeing atmosphere, because as one would imagine, when you come forward with a story like this and you're saying, hey, this is an experience that I had,
People look at you like you're
People
fucking
looking
batshit
like you're
crazy.
fucking batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Right. So it's kind of like a safe space for them to kind of like come in and say, hey, I experienced this. I believe you. I saw you. You know, I see you, Tom, you know, Tom, Melody, you know, even though Melody don't remember you, but she did see it. You know what, Tom, maybe you should stay away from the ladies. They don't got his back. They don't got his back. Look at this one girl, his one homegirl left him running for 5 minutes. And then what? Did she look for him for 7 minutes? And then say that. She just they found him like, 7 minutes later. Yeah, exactly.
Where'd my man go?
Exactly. She was still looking for that crayon. But no, but that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
That's
but
wild.
yeah, so that was something that I actually heard about it that I
That's
thought
cool.
was like
That's
super
cool.
cool. Is that Tom Reed has like a place. So like let's say if we wanted to go and see this county, we can go
Visit
to
Alien Park.
to that park, and it's literally like that. It's not like an amusement park. It's like a memorial park where people go and they're like paying homage to the incident, in a respectful tone, and being like, all right, this is a safe space to open up about your own personal experiences here, what you may have seen, what you may have experienced, or if you wanted to listen in on what we've experienced.
That's great.
That's pretty cool.
I would be interested in doing like a little weekend getaway. Maybe our next time up to Salem.
Right.
Do a little drive through Berkshire County.
Oh yeah. Well, how far away that is from Salem? We gotta.
Well, I believe Connecticut is like it's like right.
Yeah, it's not hella far.
Yeah.
Alex said, alien species can travel light years distances, teleport targets from moving vehicles, but they can't get the seating and the GPS locations right. Exactly.
Seriously.
All right. So,
Me.
so like you said, you know what I mean? You could take the New Yorkers out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the New Yorkers.
For real.
I'm going to be delving into one of the most startling UFO abduction cases ever reported. The Brooklyn Bridge abduction, which took place in 1989.
Okay, that's not that far.
This story isn't just any ordinary UFO encounter. It's a complex mix of government cover-ups, high-profile witnesses, and mysterious abductions.
Oh no. Diddy was there.
Diddy was there, unfortunately, in New York, 1989.
I'm not surprised. Because Brooklyn's in the house.
Our story begins on November 30th. You know what? It's always around the fall time. November 30th, 1989, in the heart of New York City. This is no coincidence for those listeners who are a part of my normal live stream. Linda Napolitano, a resident, Linda, a resident of Manhattan, claimed, ready for this, that she was taken from her apartment in the middle of the night. Pause. She was sleeping in her high-rise apartment near the Brooklyn Bridge when a bizarre light filled the room, and the next thing you knew, she was being lifted from her bed by something.
No, thank you.
Napolitano described being floated out of her window. Yes, straight through the window.
What, in the Peter Pan?
Towards a hovering craft. So you gotta remember, New York City, 1989. She's going through the window, through the security. There used to be like these security grates. I don't know those of you who remember this, but they used to be like security grates so kids don't fall out of the windows.
Yeah.
Through that grate.
I hate that.
And notice I'm not saying allegedly. And into, again, I'm not saying allegedly, a hovering craft.
No. It's because her name is Linda. Pretty positive.
3:29 a.m.
Oh, the bewitching hour.
on November 30th, 1989. She wasn't alone in her account. Multiple witnesses on the ground below, including 2 New York City police officers, claimed to have seen a woman being levitated from her building and into a craft.
Nope. No, thank you. I don't
They
like.
described the same bright light that Linda had witnessed, along with strange beings aboard the UFO. I'm going to read that one to you again. No, allegedly, this is in records.
Well, when a cop says it, you gotta be right?
You said something right there. They described the same bright light that Linda had witnessed, along with strange beings aboard the UFO. According to their reports, they saw the craft above the bridge and watched it in disbelief as she was taken aboard.
Oh no.
Aboard, excuse me. Okay. One of the most astonishing aspects of this case is going to involve one of the witnesses. Okay?
Okay.
But I'm going to pause on that for a moment, because we're just going to talk about Linda's firsthand experience, what she claims happens. Linda's experience aboard the craft was just as disturbing. She recalled being surrounded by small gray beings that conducted medical procedures on her, examining her in ways that terrified her.
Oh Lord.
She recalls waking up on a table, unable to be moved, with a small 3 to 4 foot gray being, so once again the ops,
That.
over top of her, and
I
she
hate
wanted
that.
to move, but she couldn't. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't. The entity took its hand and put it against her warm face to relax her. And
Don't touch
he
me.
said, "Relax, this won't take long."
I hate
As he inserted a tube in her right nostril.
that. No. Why? Why?
Okay. Why? So again, these greys are always said to be the ones that are always seen. You never really hear about the insectoids. You never hear about the Syrians. You never hear about the Anunnakis or the Talls or the greys. It seems as if, for some reason, there's something with the greys that make them like these genetic farmers.
Well, that's why they're the most talked about. They're the most talked about because they're the most seen.
Correct. I agree though, but you got to respect them because they're the most.
Because they're out here in the field.
They're really out.
They're
here.
literally the researchers of the alien world.
Correct. Well, so while everybody else, no, because I was about to say, I wonder if it's because they look the most alien, but that's not true. There's already blue skins, and there's already alien, nah, that's just crazy. Okay. It said that Linda Spears, she recalled being surrounded by small gray beings that conducted medical procedures on her, examining her in ways that terrified her. After what felt like hours, she was returned to her bed, but the psychological trauma lingered for years. Linda sought help from a famed UFO researcher named Bud Hopkins. Hopkins believed that Linda's story was credible, largely because of the corroborating witnesses. Okay. So there is, because Bud wrote a book called Witnessed about this entire situation. Okay. Bud actually shared letters that were written by the New York City officers who ironically came to see him pertaining to them witnessing Linda specifically. One wrote, "Dear Mr. Hopkins, my partner and I are police officers. We've been in a serious dilemma because of our strict profession and our lack of knowledge on this subject. Around 3:30 a.m. in late November 1989, we sat in our patrol car underneath the elevated FDR Drive. There it was, a strange oval hovering over the top of an apartment building 2 to 3 blocks from where we were sitting. A very bright blue light coming out from the bottom of it. I yelled for my partner, who was just as excited as I was. We were going to get out of the car, but we were going to get out of the car, but what could we do for that poor little girl or woman wearing a full white nightgown? She was floating in mid-air in a bright beam of white light." Now, mind you, this is a psychiatrist, and this is a letter that one of the cops wrote. His name is Richard. Wrote to this guy. She was floating in midair in a bright beam of whitish blue light, looking like an angel. She was then brought up into the bottom of that very large oval, about 3/4 the size of the building.
Jesus. That's crazy.
New York City. The poor person was escorted out of her window by 3 ugly but smaller human-like creatures.
My man had to add in ugly.
He literally said, "Fuck ugly."
Ugly. He said, "I have to
Fugly.
throw into this description," but they were ugly.
They
Were
ugly.
ugly,
Hell.
ugly.
After she was up and in, the oval plunged into the East River, not far from the Brooklyn Bridge. Take that one in.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. Hopkins, the oval never came up from under the river. The guilt has lingered, and we find it difficult living with ourselves. My partner and I have been debating if we should seek her out. We know the building, and we know the window. Perhaps she's just a figment of our imagination. If she isn't real, is she alive and well?
But
we
two
have
people?
to know.
2 people seen it, and it's your imagination. That's a cop out. Literally.
Oh, wait.
Oh boy.
If we should decide to seek this person out, we'll contact you again with further information if we do find her, and I hope we do. Many thanks. Police officers Dan and Rich.
When I tell you, I would have been like this. Ma'am, are you okay?
Well, remember, so they driving out patrolling 3:30 a.m.
They're the cops. They're supposed to investigate this stuff.
You see a hovering craft. You just said if you saw Tommy Scooby-Dooing.
Yeah, but I'm not a police officer. I work in the medical
What
field.
are
I
you
save
going-
people in different
Why
ways.
You knocking on a door. You telling me, hold up, pause.
Well, if I was a police
You
officer,
telling me you knocking on a door when you saw first of all you witnessed. Let's think about
no,
this
I'd give it-
logistically.
I'd give it-
Nah, pause. You ain't gonna take this shit back. You witnessed me. There's my husband with his broad back floating into a hovercraft. Now the hovercraft plunged into the river. You sat there and watched that come up. Your first instinct is go check to see if I'm inside?
No. I would wait. But also, if you think for half a second, oh man, Eric, I think we just hallucinated that. You think maybe we should go check on Sally Sue up in the apartment?
Ah.
Or at least give it a few days and be like, I'm
You
gonna
and
go
I
see
just
a
said,
down
hold
suit.
up. We're gonna do a cut.
Right,
We're gonna
but
do a
I'm
cut
not
right
a
here.
police
I'm
officer.
gonna do future Eric. Do a cut. Remind her what she said about turning the hell around. If she saw something crazy.
Correct. But I'm not an officer of the law
What
that
is
they're
an
supposed
officer of the
to.
law gonna do?
They're supposed to protect people. They're supposed to protect people.
Listen, if your ass is abducted, you floated.
Right.
Your bullets ain't nada. Not a damn thing you're gonna do with it.
I'm not saying go attack the spaceship. What I'm saying is, if you go, Dan, did you just see that?
And Dan said like this. I don't want to talk about it.
Maybe it was something in
said,
this
"I don't wanna
coffee
talk about
and these
it."
donuts that I just
Not
ate.
for nothing. Not for nothing.
You wanna go check
He
on
said
her?
he looked at a partner, but now he wrote. He said Dan and Rich.
Dan and Rich. Okay,
But that's
Dan.
only written by one
Rich.
person. I don't know. Maybe let's say if I saw it, maybe I was writing on our behalf. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. But it gets better.
Oh Lord.
Oh, it gets better. This story is like The Princess Bride. What does Eric mean by this story is like The Princess Bride? It's gonna have adventure. It's gonna have twists and turns.
It's gonna have love.
I'm glad you said that.
Ew, no, please, no.
Thank you for that
this lady
amazing
fell in love with
transition,
this
my
little
wife.
Greg.
So,
Tell me. As you will.
the doctor, a couple days later, gets another letter. Remember, the doctor's name's Bud Hopkins. Dear Bud, we're hoping that this audio tape is satisfactory. We didn't know how it will help, but use it as you wish. We'll keep in touch. Thanks, Dan and Richard, police officers.
Right.
That's how they finished their letter. Like, sincerely, Eric and Paula, the Malaves. Thanks, Dan and Richard, police officers.
The police.
The police.
This is the sound
There
of the police.
is
Whoop,
an
whoop.
audio tape. As a matter of fact, I can try to bring it up. If I can bring it up like super quick, that it's not going to take away from this. Like, I don't want to hold you, but like I do actually have there is the tape. Let me see here. La 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 la. I just need to see where the image pops up. And it is, yes, the real audio tape. Almost coming. Yep, I do, right here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on a second here. I'm going to play you guys the actual audio tape. Because this is on the...
Your feelings on the whole matter, I understand. As far as this tape is concerned, I've written everything down so that it'll be easier to express on tape. Please excuse my reading voice. The subject matter was the strangest ever in my line of work. Linda is a nice person. We saw it through all the discomfort she felt. Linda expressed the deep importance of our reaching you. After actually seeing her and speaking with her, we could see just how frightened and sincere she was. What we saw actually happened, and I hope that it doesn't drive you nuts. Richard went on to reach.
Okay. So that is in fact the literal fucking audio tape that these cops sent this lawyer or this therapist, okay? So therapist
That's crazy.
keeps speaking to Linda, trying to work out these occurrences. She gives them details about, the little gray men and really trying to work through the trauma. But for some reason, these officers keep making their presence known.
'Cause they're fucking aliens. They're those shapeshifter ones. They're the shapeshifter ones. I'm calling it right now.
So
That's why
The
they're like,
officers.
we're the police officers. You
So-
believe me, right?
So, one of the astonishing aspects of this case involves a man of international significance.
Oh no.
Javier Perez de Cuellar was the United Nations Secretary General at the time. This is like top ranked United Nations official. He was allegedly, now we use that word because we're speaking about Javier. He was allegedly part of a diplomatic convoy that witnessed the event while being driven across the Brooklyn Bridge.
So Javier seen it just like these quote unquote cops did.
Come to find out, these police officers were not police officers.
They're aliens. Or or men in black.
Come to find out, they were the personal bodyguards of Javier Perez de Cuellar, the United Nations Secretary General, and were not in a squad car on the bridge, but were in fact a part of the security convoy escorting de Cuellar. However, he never publicly claimed any involvement or confirmed any involvement. Letters and documents from various sources, though, indicate his presence on the scene. Javier's presence. So Javier, the United Nations Secretary General at the time,
He's a
says,
general.
I was never part of that. But all the eyewitnesses on the ground level who witnessed his convoy were like, oh, he was. So meanwhile,
So he's an alien.
So meanwhile, back on the ranch, our two bodyguard friends,
The policeman.
the policemen, continue to stay in open contact with
Dr. Hopkins.
Dr. Bud Hopkins. So remember, they
Wait.
kept.
Does Dr. Bud Hopkins know that they're just police and they're not really police at this point? Or we don't know. We don't know. Okay, just keep it going. Trash.
He gets another letter, but this one more personal.
Wait, Dr. Hopkins.
Yes,
Okay.
from Danny. Now remember, the two police officers were named Richard
And Dan.
and Danny, and like I said, we don't know, because you kept saying, well, why didn't they corroborate stories? Well, Danny writes his letters solo, while Rich kept writing in unison, Rich and Dan. So he writes, Dear Mr. Hopkins, my name is Danny. You're acquainted with my partner Richard. I decided to get in touch with you after a long fishing trip. I'm not depressed anymore because Linda is alive. However, anger, fear, and embarrassment is set in.
Wait. This is Dan? Dan,
This
I
is
mean?
Dan. So Richard was the initial person who we heard on the audio tape,
Right.
and he's the individual who's been writing these letters.
And who's in love with Linda? Because he's an alien. He was the ones doing the things.
He was the one that kept telling the
That's why he's
officer
like-
that he's in.
It's okay. You're okay. You're good. Let me just put this up your butt real quick. He put it in her nose, in the nose.
Oh. Maybe it just has bad aim.
Maybe.
Anyway.
That's a real bad aim.
Same person writing it, tactic to throw it off. So, possibly. So he goes, I'm not depressed anymore because Linda's alive. However, anger, fear, and embarrassment set in. Richard, now talking about his partner, the original guy who's been writing, the one that we heard the tapes on.
Right.
Richard is dealing with these very same feelings in his own way.
Wait, Richard's in love with Linda too?
Richard
Oh, Linda.
and Danny are both in love with the woman who they witnessed getting
No.
abducted.
Oh, they're finna fight.
Richard is dealing with these very same feelings in his own way. He remedies it by secretly watching Linda.
Oh, no.
Parentheses. I don't think she would like to know that. End parenthesis. Seeing Linda reinforces the reality of it all, and he doesn't feel crazy anymore.
That's fucking
This
weird.
doesn't work for me.
That's weird. Don't be a creep. He's like obsessed with her.
He's obsessed
with the
with her.
situation. He's obsessed with the situation.
They have a situationship.
No, they don't, because Linda has no idea that.
That's the situation.
Situation.
That's the situation.
Oh,
Linda's a vengeful spirit makes sense.
Stalking
he likes
his whole
Linda
life on
because
the
if the
boardwalk.
alien desires her, why shouldn't he? Ooh, I like that, Mystic Misfit. I like that, Papa. When I see Linda, oh, look at it. He says, seeing Linda reinforces the reality of it all, and he doesn't feel crazy anymore. Now, this is Danny. This doesn't work for me. When I see Linda, I tremble. I don't need reminders. I'll never forget what happened for the rest of my life.
Class A stalker.
As if seeing a UFO wasn't enough, we had to see some young woman be taken? What were they going to do with her? What could I do to help her?
These men's is gonna kill each
These
other.
thoughts were more than I could take. Past tense. Did Richard tell you about our nightmares? Mr. Hopkins, I sleep with my pistol beside my bed. If they can take Linda, they can take me. Richie has the same fear. We understand that you need us to come forward because these people of yours are considered crazy. We know they aren't crazy. But to be honest with you, you're gonna need more than 2 detectives to figure out what the hell has been happening to a lot of people. Good luck in your investigation. If you ever stumble upon good tangible evidence, be careful who you give it to.
They're creeps.
Thanks for taking the time to read this very long letter. Sincerely, Danny. So,
Creeps. That's weird.
right, so the convoy comes, right?
Javier's.
Javier from the United Nations convoy on the bridge, Brooklyn Bridge, 3:30 a.m. September 1989. November 1989. As they're driving, they see something half the size of a building floating in the air in front of an apartment building. They all witness a woman hovering in a white nightgown out of the window. Lane, out the window, out the security window, and into the hovering craft. But it's everybody in the convoy, plus whoever anybody who's anybody knows that New York is a city that never sleeps.
Yep.
Everybody's on the fucking Brooklyn Bridge at 3:30 a.m. Everybody saw this. And then it goes into the East. For those of you who don't know, like right there's the East River. Like literally the East River. The Brooklyn Bridge is going over the East River. It plummets. Poof. In front of everybody. Boom. It submerges itself into the East River.
Wait, that kind of reminds me of what it is, the Tic Tac one.
The Tic Tacs?
That went into the ocean too,
so
right?
many of them submerge themselves. So many UAPs submerge themselves into the water, and we'll cook more on that in a couple of minutes. So, witnessing this, Richie, the bodyguard, he's a detective. He's not a police officer, but he was putting himself out there as just like a regular beat cop. Becomes obsessed.
Wait. Dan and Richard, I thought they weren't cops at all.
They're detectives.
Oh, they're detectives.
That work in the convoy for Javier.
Never mind, I get it now.
Correct.
I follow.
Correct.
I follow now.
So that's the thing. Okay? Now this is where it gets crazy. As if you didn't think that was crazy enough, let's turn this motherfucker up to 11. Because like I said, Princess Bride. So we have love. Mm-hmm. But now we need a plot twist and some peril.
Yeah.
So Richie's in love with...
Love.
Oh,
Linda.
Richie's in love with everything about Linda. It is said by Linda that Richie starts to follow her mundanely.
That's weird.
Which is super fucking
That
weird.
is weird.
Which is super fucking weird. He starts following her. Okay. Follows her through the city. Caesar says, hey, we should meet up. Has a car. With the door open. She says, no, I don't feel like coming with you. Broad daylight.
You fucking weirdo.
She's like, why don't you come over later to my apartment?
Weird. Why do you do that? Weird. You don't do that.
You don't do that. I think that was her weird ass way. Her 1989 way of de-escalating the situation besides telling him to eat a dick.
Yeah.
I feel like that could have been handled.
I'm not getting in the car right now, but how about you come over to my apartment?
Right. Now, I don't know if that was her going like, I know who you are, I trust who you are, but I don't trust the weird ass door. So maybe I feel like she was trying to take it like, okay, like, you could be legit, you could be sincere, but I don't feel comfortable in this scenario because you're stopping me in a street with a car. So why don't we go on grounds that I'm more comfortable with and you come to my apartment at a designated time in a location that I'm safe with, that I know it's only you and I.
That's weird.
Weird.
You don't do that.
Weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, you would never.
No.
Yeah.
I just told you at the beginning of this episode, I don't trust nobody.
Nope.
Ever.
You would never. So, she says no. He insists. She says no and insists her route. He insists she comes with him.
I hate guys sometimes. I really do.
He grabs her in broad daylight.
No. And nobody said nothing?
Throws her into the back seat. where Dan was driving.
Oh no! Richard and Dan are in on it.
He lays on top of her and holds her down.
I hate this.
This is not going where this is not going where you're going. Where you're thinking. The car speeds off. They begin to interrogate her. He gets off of her, and he begins,
in the car.
In the car, he gets off of her, but they begin interrogating her on the move. Who are you? What agency are you with? Who do you work for? They believe
that she's like CIA or some
that
shit.
she's an operative because they don't want to believe what they saw.
They're trying to make their situation better.
Correct. They're trying
or
to
make more sense in their head.
They're trying to make more sense of their situation
Sure.
at this point.
Sure.
They're thinking she's some kind of like international terrorist
Okay.
and that they're doing the greater good. So I'm pretty sure the CIA does way worse.
Yeah.
Don't agree with this, but I'd imagine. Okay. So she, of course, denies because she's like, I'm not. This happened to me. It's a horrible experience. I'm fucking working through it. Do therapy.
Yeah,
Thanks for
stop being a fucking
caring.
weirdo. Get off of me.
Weirdo. Right. Let her alone. Doesn't report it to anybody but Bud. So now Bud is aware of the situation that's happening between her and these individuals. She goes to Bud and she says, you know what? I should have known better because I did notice a white van following me around from time to time. She thought it was coincidence. La la la. This is 1989. People were way more trusting than 2024 where we're all jaded as fuck.
Yeah.
So, fast forward. It happens again
With Dan and Rich?
with Dan and Rich.
Oh, Lord. Wait, that they seen something or they nabbed Linda up again?
They try to nab her again.
Oh, my God. Leave this woman alone. She done got probed in places that shouldn't have been probed.
They don't believe her story. Same scenario. Vehicle. Stop her. Okay. Here's the plot twist.
Linda's an alien.
As they're talking to her, they say that they want to know more details about what happened on the beach.
The beach? Because they're the fucking aliens.
Apparently,
On the beach.
when this occurred, and they did go looking for Linda, she was seen on the beach along the river, digging holes.
No.
With the extraterrestrials.
No! They were there?
They were there.
No, I hate
Their
that.
occurrence, their experience, which is why they were going crazy.
I hate that. Still no excuse to be like being a creeper.
It is stated
What were they
in
digging
official
for?
documents that Linda was speaking a foreign language aloud with the extraterrestrials as she was digging up these holes. And for some reason, they recall them calling her the Lady of the Sand.
That's weird.
Linda,
Maybe they were actually Anunnakis.
no, they were the little grays. Anunnakis are very different. Anunnakis are thought of like these tall, godlike creatures.
Maybe the Greys were
are these 3 to 4
informants.
little shits.
Maybe the Greys were the ops for the Anunnakis, and that's why they were digging in the sand, because the Anunnakis are connected to Egypt with the sand.
That's racist as fuck. so they're looking. So Linda does recall though situation where she was saying that she was having conversations in her head when she was getting abducted, and she does recall them when they were doing the probing and everything like that, calling themselves or calling her the Lady of the Sand.
That's weird.
You're ready for the climax of weird.
I'm ready.
As if everything I gave you wasn't crazy enough.
Gonna get weirder. Oh Lord.
I had to take a hit of the Alani. The witch's brew.
The best one, by the way.
Best. So these accusations and claims are being made.
Sure.
They tell her that this is what they believe to be happening. She explains things. Richard,
Yeah.
second guy, or excuse me, Danny, the second guy, the second detective, the one that said he makes her feel uneasy, was, hold on, I'm gonna make sure I got between the two correctly. Hold on a second here. Just gotta find this last here.
Dan was the one who wrote the
Yeah,
second,
yeah.
like the individual letter. It was like, Richard is crazy. And then he just went on to sound crazy himself.
Okay, so here's another letter that was written. Dear Bud, I hope this letter finds you in good health and happy spirits. Much has happened since I've last contacted you. When we questioned Linda last April, we knew she was withholding information. Perhaps she was frightened and didn't know what our intentions were. The facts remain that we still don't know who she is. We're led to believe that she is this Lady of the Sands, whatever that is. Whatever the case, we need to know who she is. As for me, Linda is a pain in the rump. I dislike admitting that. She can fly to the moon in her spacecraft, this motherfucker says here.
I love
She
that.
fly to her in her spacecraft for all I care.
I love that.
As far as I'm concerned. On a good day, I think about having a heart-to-heart talk with Linda. Linda would never consent to such meeting, but we will meet up in the near future. Linda says that she isn't different, Bud. She is different, and I'm going to find out the difference. If you can, prepare Linda for me to visit. I don't want her running off again. Please stop trying to find us, and please tell Linda that I honestly didn't kill that fish, because apparently there was like some incident with a fish that she claims that, remember, Rich doesn't like, or that Danny doesn't like her.
Yeah.
She said that Danny killed her fish.
Weird.
Well, why would she say that?
Because they were by the ocean.
She
Or by
grows
the
an
river.
affinity, a liking. This crazy bitch falls in love with Richard, the first guy. She falls in love with him, so she has to put up with Danny because that's his partner at work. Okay, you ready for this? Here's the ending. So, Linda previously had a son.
Okay.
His name was Johnny.
Okay.
Johnny has had reoccurring nightmares about little men looking over him.
No.
Wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
No. Poor kid.
When Linda would come in to check on him, he'd be bleeding from his right nostril
Yeah, because he would just have the thing shoved up there.
in a similar fashion.
Ooh.
Richie, always felt this unspoken affinity towards Linda. The way that he knew he would fall in love with her is in one of their last meetings. When he brought her in, she actually went with him to an undisclosed location.
Okay.
He grabbed out a nightgown and told her to put it on. She's like, I'm not going to take my clothes off, but I'll put it on over top of my stuff.
Yeah, you weirdo.
So she
Why are
puts
they
the gown
weird?
over top, and he cries and confirms. that since he was a child, he had what I'm going to describe as outer body experiences. As such, he fell in love with this woman since he was a child. Didn't know who she was. Didn't know anything about her. So he called her because they didn't give it regular names. I forget what he called her.
No.
But she called him
Fish. Oh.
But the love would call him Mickey, and he would call her some random name. It's kind of irrelevant,
okay.
right? But he would call her name. The relevant thing though is Mickey, and she the woman in his dreams would call him Mickey.
I thought she was gonna call him Fish, and then that's why.
So
Magic killed
he,
the fish.
throughout his entire life, never had a steady relationship because he would always compare women to the woman of his dreams. Let's call her Susie Q, right?
That's our favorite female
So
name,
it
if you couldn't
wasn't-
tell.
It wasn't until he saw Linda floating from the window that he recognized her to be the Susie Q from his dreams.
No.
So he
Aw,
asked
true
her
love.
if she's ever had any experiences with that, with the guy like that, or dreams like that. She said no. Okay. She said no. You ready for this? Awkwardly though, the boy, the son, Johnny, looked a lot like Richard. And when Richard came into his life, Richard loved him as if it was his own son. But there was one interesting fact about Linda that he learned. No. When Linda was a kid, she had the best imaginary friend named Mickey.
No.
And that is a true documented story, first-hand accounts. You all can buy the book Witnessed by Dr. Bud Hopkins himself.
Wait,
Right now.
so was Richard not there?
Oh no, Richard existed. Richard existed.
So, but
Richie,
was her imaginary friend?
right.
or they were
He
projecting
saw her in his dreams, a reoccurring dream. She had an imaginary friend named Mickey. He saw her in dreams. She would play with Mickey since she was a kid. Crazy.
That's crazy.
And this is known as the Brooklyn Bridge abduction of 1989. Anybody could research this. You can see pictures of them all because it was 1989. You can see pictures of both detectives. You can see pictures of Linda. You can see pictures of Bob. And like I said, Bob has a book called Witnessed that any of you can get on Amazon. Witnessed by Mr. Bud Hopkins, or Dr. Bob Hopkins. Bud Hopkins.
Weird.
Totally fucking dope fucking story.
Weird.
I thought that was so crazy. So many twists and turns for a fucking alien abduction like story. Like, how did we go from alien abductions to that? But what I thought was crazy was the Lady of the Sands thing. Nothing really was ever clarified about why they called her the Lady of the Sands, even though she was digging through the sands on the beach
Yeah, I wish there was more
of the East River. Right now, there might still be. There might still be in the book.
Yeah. Oh, true.
There might still be in the book.
True.
That's why I had such detailed writings of the letters because Bud put them in his book. Yeah, Bud put them in his book, and there's more letters that went back and forth between Richard and Danny and Bud, and but Linda never wrote. Linda only ever came to pass. Linda was also talking to these aliens telepathically in her head, but they witnessed her speaking out loud. Linda doesn't recall being at the beach doing the sand shit. They saw her at the beach doing the sand shit.
Crazy.
Right.
That's scary.
Nuts. Fucking bananas.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like
Well, just when you thought that you felt safe. I think this is a great segue to talk about personal experiences.
the good
So once again, if any of you guys have any personal experience with any kind of like
anything.
sightings, encounters, stuff like that, either write it up in the chat, or if you think it's super long, or if you want to do it personal for just us, remember you can go onto Malave Games. You could straight DM me. I won't read them out loud if you don't want me to. If you want to do them anonymously,
Names changed, we could do that too.
we always could do name
That's
change and
fine.
things like that. You know what I mean?
Or if you have any paranormal stories, not only alien related, anything like that, because future episodes.
Absolutely.
And like I said earlier, we can even do, if we get enough stories, we can even do a dedicated episode just to that. But in the meantime, we can always just pull stories into topics that it would, correlate with. You
Right.
know? You're cute.
You're cute. All right. So now, let's talk about some personal stories.
Okay.
So, I already know every story we're about to share.
Yeah.
Before, and we haven't discussed this. We haven't just said like, all right, we're gonna share this story. This is the show where we're gonna fucking share right now. But I'm
We
like,
don't have many alien
we don't have
stories.
many alien stories, but we got some fucking bangers. So,
Should we start off?
what do you want to start with?
Should we start off with our first ever weird, possibly?
Is this at the park?
This is at the park.
Okay, the drum.
The drum.
Okay, I'll lowball this one because this one is an easy one. Because I believe some of the other ones you'd be better at telling.
There's one that I would definitely be.
Yeah,
better at.
100%. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, okay. So,
Picture it.
picture it.
I'm just
Sicily, 1930. The time dilation. That we coming on that.
let's
We
go
coming
down.
on that. We coming on that. So no. So this story was in a park in Port Jervis, New York. So
And it was probably 16 years
it's
ago.
probably 16 years ago, I'd say.
It was when cell phones
We're
first had a camera.
correct.
When cell phones it was like
So it was
That
after flip
pixelated.
phones. Yeah, it wasn't the brick Nokias. Flip phones were still a thing.
When they first integrated cameras into
Right, where you were actually able to text an image
yeah, and take a physical
and take a
picture
physical picture with the
your
phone.
cell phone.
Okay?
So however long ago that was.
So the reason why we called it the drum story is I do Arabic and Middle Eastern drumming. So at the time when we first started dating, I was teaching Paula how to do the drum. So we were just at this nice little park called Airport Park, and we're drumming, practicing different rhythms and everything. I always like to note where it is because it's always super significant. So this was actually by the Delaware River, which is also a big thing. It feels like, again, a huge draw, like the East River, the Delaware River. There's always, for some reason, with these sightings, a draw to water, which is like you were saying. There's a draw to water. So as we're drumming, beautiful, now crystal clear blue sky, sun high overhead. We see what looks like what's that?
And it was earlier in the day.
Oh, it was early.
That's significant.
That is extremely significant with this. We see a burning orange ball of light. Spherical. Now, when I say orange, I'm talking take a fucking tangerine, put it up to a stark blue, cloudless sky in the summer, the middle of summer at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That contrasting and obviously amplify its brightness. But that stark and orange, like a that doesn't belong there orange. Starts off as a dot. And like we were taking a break from drumming and I was smoking a cigarette at the time because I used to smoke. I was smoking a cigarette. And I remember looking up and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And you see, it looked like a pin dot in the sky. And then it slowly grew to the naked eye, probably something that looked about that big. At least from how far up in the sky it was. And it was enough for me to say, what the fuck is that?
But not just us.
Right. Not just us. There was other people there. So I said that, which caused some of the like local people that were nearby to start looking up as well. Now, all of a sudden I see another one. Bloop. And then dilate in size. Yep. We're seeing this like, naked eyes.
What
nothing.
Is this? And of course, I'm sorry.
No, please.
Our first thought is, oh my god, it's gonna be another 9/11
terrorist attack.
It's a terrorist attack.
Because it wasn't that far away.
It
was 9/11 wasn't that far past.
From that time.
So what I did was I called my father. And my stepfather picks up the phone. And I'm like, yo.
Turn on the news.
Real crazy question. Is anything going on in the news right now? Because my father always said that when September 11th happened, he was on 84. And he will swear this on anything that he says he remembers one of the planes and he believes it was the one that was going to go towards, I forget where the fuck it was, Pentagon or some shit. I forget which. It was one of the ones that didn't hit the towers. It actually like went off, that they were able to like derail from its trajectory, go right over Interstate 84, eastbound. He swears it. He swears. He was like, I remember this thing came so low over my head. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And everybody knows that the Newburgh Airport is right by there. So like, even like we're used to seeing planes fly overhead all the time on that interstate, but not as low as that was. So I'm like, Pop, is there anything happening on the news? And he's like, no, why? Or he says on the phone, and I'm like, when I tell you this, you're not gonna believe me. I was like, I'm seeing right now shit coming out of the sky. I am actively witnessing balls of light dilate out of the sky. Now, it didn't just dilate, right? So it didn't just start as a pinpoint. They started moving like this. Ooh, pause. Ooh, pause. Ooh, pause. Like that, like, oh, you're watching us? Let us show you that we see it. And like, they weren't like doing like weird like tricks. It was like, I'm gonna move, and they would kind of like let it marinate. And I'm now taking out my cell phone, my old ass flip, and I'm out here in these streets like trying to, you know, with the grainy ass, the pixelation of the screen, you know what I mean? So it's like funny. So anybody who's seen any kind of, oh, give her that baby. It's the cable. Anyone who's ever seen like, you know, UFO pictures and shit back in the day, like, why the fuck are the pictures out great? It's because the fucking camera sucked.
The camera sucked.
Because the camera sucked. Okay.
Even now, we take a picture of the moon. It just looks like...
Yeah, you're like, the moon looked beautiful during the eclipse. You over here take a shot of it. Over here, it looked like a fucking ring light. Like, if you don't miss me with your bullshit. So, this thing's moving around. Wop, right? And he's giving me the normal rundown. It's just probably space debris. Because, you know, the satellites will drop out. But here's the thing. The satellites fucking drop. Whatever the debris is comes down. Usually see it. We've seen it.
You don't see it dancing in the sky.
Dancing up this way, over this way. So crystal clear. So I did read one of the, like, as I was doing research, a lot of people do see these orange balls. They see orange balls. A lot of times these anomalies, these UAPs, aren't just your stereotypical like salsa shape or like turtle shell shape. Some of them are shaped like a pill.
Yeah.
Some of them are just shaped like orbs. Right, triangles. Right, or some of them are just like orbs. But this was clearly maneuvering and at angles. Here's where it gets fucking crazy. So as we're watching it, anybody who's familiar with the area knows that right behind there's a mountain line, Point Peter. There's like a mountain line. High Point. Right? It's like Jersey. Right? Anyways. So we watch this thing start maneuvering down. Right? This is after we hang up the phone.
Mind you, not just us. Everybody else
multiple people at this park. Not a crazy amount. There's probably like 5 people around us.
Yeah.
So there's probably 7 of us
But it's not just us.
watching this. Clear as day going, yo, that's fucking crazy, right? This ain't normal, right? We're seeing this, right? Okay? Watch this thing start dropping down. One of them start dropping down, and like as it's doing it, it's getting smaller because it looks like it's dropping towards the horizon, but going further. Right? Out of nowhere. First time, last time, 40 years of existence I've ever seen this. A U.S. fighter jet. Am I lying?
Nope.
A U.S. fighter jet buzzing to intercept. So this thing is coming down, and you just see this. Like that, like low-ish, way lower than I've ever seen a regular ass plane. Clearly like, and I don't like one that just looked like some regular ass shit that like when you're playing a video game, you're like, that's a fighter jet. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know anything about fucking planes. I don't know anything like about planes, but it was just going, and it was going, I mean, like to meet it. Right, to intercept it. And then we lost it because it went over the tree line, but clearly like going right at whatever the fuck this is. Out of nowhere. I don't even remember where the fuck that plane came from.
It just like appeared.
But his ass was wherever the fuck he came from. He was just going, right? So we're already tripping. Like everybody's like, oh my God, like, what are we witnessing? We were like now low-key getting scared because it's like, are they intercepting missiles? Like what like that's what it looked like. It looked like something from like a fucking.
Like I just remember like replaying like 9/11 in my head.
Right.
Like
we are witnessing an attack. We are witnessing an attack on home soil. Is what it felt like.
Literally, it was terrifying, and maybe that was just the trauma.
It's hashtag, and that's our millennial trauma, and that's our millennial trauma. So we saw that. We're thinking, fuck, here it comes. Right. Likely an F-15 Tomcat. Okay, that's probably the shit. Like I said, it was like that stereotypical like toy jet plane like type shit.
Yeah.
So we're now watching though the other one still in the sky. We watched this thing till the sun came down. We did not keep this motherfucker out of our sight, did we, baby?
We literally, sun went down. We drove to a local parking lot to get a better view of it.
Because it started like shifting. So we had to move where we were to keep eyes on it. So I would drive, and here's Paula like this to make sure.
Yeah. Crazy.
And we watched this thing with our naked eye until the sky got so dark. Even though this thing was super bright, it was bright.
That it, like,
even in the dark.
Ate
it like went and then gone.
Yeah. Wild.
So that's like our D level
Yeah.
experience.
But also something else that turned out to be is on that. You might be seeing something in the sky,
And it's dumb shit.
it might actually be something
Right.
that it's looking like something it shouldn't.
Right. Like, oh, that's a blip.
So, on December 1st of 2021, we were on 84. We were on that highway we were talking about previously.
Oh,
and we were
you're.
driving home. I forget what the hell we were doing. That was like prime pandemic time. I don't know what we were doing, but we were driving on the highway for whatever reason. And up in the sky, Eric was driving. And I'm like, wait, what the hell is that? A line in the sky of little dots, lights. I have, I don't know if you'd be able to see it. I took a picture. I don't know.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put it here. We're gonna show you like right here, but then we're
So that
also
line there-
gonna drop it in the Discord.
Yeah, we'll put it in the Discord. So, until I realized what this was, I was convinced that, oh my god, that had to have been a friggin' UAP right there. Well, they're actually called, give me 1 second while I Google, because I just blinked on the name. Starlink. It's a Starlink satellite.
Oh, is that the Elon Musk?
They're part of SpaceX.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking, oh my god, it's a freaking spaceship, when really it's whatever these Starlink satellites are. I still don't really know what them shits is, but they have a name.
Right. So yeah, so it's like
So you might-
so Elon has specific things for like Teslas and their internet. You know what I mean? Like it's like a private internet, and that's the satellites that they use. They orbit
He's an
lower
alien, too.
than regular. So like Paul is saying though, that's that like you really.
It was disproved, you know?
Mm. Keep speaking.
Everything okay?
No, your mic got really quiet. Hold on a minute.
Did I...
You might have been because I kept hearing no.
Oh, here we go.
There it is.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, yeah, they were hearing you a little quiet, and it's because you was probably through mine. Now that's perfect. Yeah, I can see it. Look, I saw
okay.
right there. I just saw it
Whoops.
when Alex just said it. All right, so go ahead.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I must
Thank
have
you,
wiggled
Alex.
it out by moving. Thanks, Alex.
The amazing Alex Vixen, y'all.
So, speaking of seeing things in the sky,
Okay.
you guys know when we went away on vacation this past summer to that medieval thing that we do called Penzik. Well, this was maybe 15 or 16 years ago as well. 14, 15?
Oh,
It was
whole
a
story.
it was a while ago. We're all out with a group of our friends.
At
and we're
Penzik.
at Penzik, and we are drunk. But it's a group of us. It's a whole amoeba of people going from party to party. We're heading up to this one location, and the whole group of us look up, and there are these red lights in the sky above us, and it was like a triangle above us. So it was like dot 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 red light, but just right up there.
Yeah.
And all of us, drunk, joking, the aliens! It's a spaceship! They're gonna come get us! Don't think anything about it. Well, the next day, we pack up our stuff, getting ready to come back home. We get home. At the time, all of our stuff kept at his parents' house. His parents aren't home. They were away doing whatever
This was before we even had
the
our
weekend.
first apartment together.
Oh yeah, this was before our first apartment. That's right. So nobody's home. We're in the living room watching television. We get home from Penzik late-ish, watching television, fall asleep out on the couch.
Living room.
I'm sorry?
I said, yep, in the living room.
In the living room. I wake him up. I'm like, oh, hon, let's go to bed. So we head to the bedroom. Again,
Guest room, yep.
nobody is in the house. It's only us. All the lights out in the hallway, in the living room, the kitchen, dining room, all turned off. I'm in the room. He lays down, goes to sleep. Again, no lights on. The only light that I could visibly see is when you're laying in bed in the guest room and you have the door open. In the hallway, there's a fire detector, and you can see that little red, like, bleepy light and a little green one. That's the only light that you could see that was on. So we go to sleep. I wake up and I see a bright light. Once I see this bright light, I see these really tall, thin, human-like. They look like humans, but the only thing that looked different from a human, first of all, they were very tall. Very, like, not like, oh, 6 foot tall, you're tall. No, like, tall. Like, had to duck their heads down to fit in the door frame. The only thing that looked different besides their abnormally large height from an average human is their teeth were, I remember their teeth being kind of like jagged or sharp. So these, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 of them I seen come into the room, but they come in, and then I see, as they approach closer to the bed, another really bright light. And the next thing I know is I'm laying down on this cold, like this stereotypical thing that you see in alien abduction movies, and quite similar to the stuff that I spoke about earlier. Mm-hmm. I could feel the cold of whatever I was laying on my skin. When I turned like this, Eric is on this slab, butt ass naked, like this. I've never seen him more scared at that point in our relationship, ever. I haven't seen him that scared now, and we're almost 2 decades into our relationship.
Facts.
So I try to scream, and literally nothing comes out. The room that we're in looks like a stereotypical sterile environment, kind of like when you go into the OR, when you're in the operator room and everything is super white and sterile. So after I'm trying to scream, those beings I see them going around you, and then they come around me, and I can just remember trying everything to scream, and there was just nothing coming out. Like him, when I turned over to him, he was like, but nothing was coming out. I see another bright light, and I'm back in the bedroom. But when I'm in the bedroom, the scary thing is the light that was on. So there was a vanity next to the bed. So there's a vanity next to the bed, and on top of the vanity was a vanity mirror that you touch to turn the light on. And you have to touch it 3 times to get to the brightest setting. Mm-hmm. And then when you touch it the 4th time, it turns off.
It only
works
turns on to physical
by the
touch
warmth of your finger.
This
so you
my
can't
mother's
even
lamp.
just like hit it with like a pencil or something.
Yeah, you
and
couldn't do it in
on.
passing. Like, it has to be an
No, it has to
intentional,
be intentional touch
like,
with your
heat
finger.
pressure.
Yeah, exactly. So when I get up, not only am I freaking out about what I feel just happened, but I see in the room that was pitch black, besides the little light that I could see in the hallway, was now lit with light coming from this vanity. So I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, freaking out. He wakes up and I'm like, oh my God, check me. Because I'm thinking that like I'm going to have markings on my body or something.
She was
freaking out.
I thought she just had a nightmare or something like that.
And because I have really terrible night terrors sometimes, and he wakes me up from those because apparently I'm.
Yeah, you'll end up like that. Like, you'll like, like I could see it coming on. I'm like, uh-oh, and I'll have to be like, babe, get up. So
Yeah, I
that's
still
totally
even
mortifying.
now have night terrors. Pretty bad sometimes. But this was not a night terror at all. So when I'm noticing that this light is on that was not on, I'm like, oh my God, babe, turn that light off. It wasn't on. He hit it once and it turned off.
Yeah, which means it was on the brightest setting.
It had to
and
have
it's
been
so it's low, medium, high, off. Like,
It
that's
had
how
to
many
have been
times.
touched 3 times to be on that brightest setting.
It had to be an intentional, like, boop, boop, boop. Yeah.
And from that day, all those years ago, and I told friends this story or whatever, people part of our SCA household, and they joke about it, but I'm so serious when I feel like one of these abduction stories.
Yeah, she's 1,000,000% convinced. She's told me.
And now the shitter is, so in a lot of these cases where women in particular claim that they've been abducted, they end up having reproductive issues. Okay. A short while after that happened, I started having lady issues, which now I think, oh my God, the reason why I've had lady issues is because I was abducted. And the theory behind that is that when they're doing their experiments, they pick what they feel is the perfect human female vessel to carry their half alien babies. I don't, however you want to put it, but
situation.
they don't always. Their procedure doesn't always turn out the way they want, which causes the woman to have reproductive issues in their real life, for lack of better words.
Yeah, supposedly it's something that allegedly these interstellar beings are working on, interbreeding with like cross species interbreeding.
Yeah.
And being that the practice isn't perfectly developed, some of the individuals who they allegedly take and do these practices on may experience difficulties in their mundanes.
Yeah.
So yeah, and with this story, which is like I always found crazy about, is I have dick all recollection of this. I have no memory, no thought. Like, I was right beside her, and the only experience that I had was going home super late because we drove, being woke up on the couch, going back, and then waking up with the light on, and like seeing that she was having a night terror. Don't know who turned the light on, off, anything like that. You know what I mean?
There was nobody
totally
else in the
not
house.
denying her claim, but like it was just always interesting to me because she's like, you were mortified, and people who know me know that I don't fear anything that bleeds. So for her to say that is like craziness to me. Which is why she said, like, still over this time, I've never seen me in fear.
Never
like that.
seen you in fear like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's telling.
Yeah.
That's telling.
Scary.
So I have a story where I wouldn't necessarily call it an abduction. But I had an experience. Let's call it that. I had an experience, and I was doing some digging back into some old TikToks that I did because I posted this up when it happened. This happened back in 2022 on December the 27th. Okay, December the 27th of 2022. Yeah, it's that long, right? Coming again, everything happens around the burrs, man. October, November, September, October, November, December seem like the fuck you months.
Yep.
But I had an experience where a lot of you know that I do this streaming stuff. I have my late nights. I think at the time I just started my streaming, or not.
Yeah.
It wasn't even my personal streaming yet. I was on.
You were definitely
I was
on
doing
Untimely Heroes. Yeah.
So I was
'Cause you
voice
did that for,
acting
like,
a
about a year
character
and a half.
on a really amazing channel, Evandale. I was voice acting Shahid Al-Safar. So I was just starting the streaming thing and doing late nights. So I went to bed late, the way I always do, like after midnight-ish. And I remember laying in bed, and you get that really heavy setting where you feel like the burns, you know what I mean? And you're like, I cannot keep my eyes open. I'm just gonna fall through the fucking bed tired. But this experience was a little different because when I was laying in the bed, I felt very light. Figuring just passing out. All of a sudden, I am in a location that I've never seen anything similar to until I played the game Helldivers. It was, for the lack of better words, like the main hull of a craft in space. And I say this because I remember this thing was massive. Like, I went from laying in bed to feeling this heavy pain to seeing a bright light behind my eyes to all of a sudden I'm walking, actively walking, and I'm in a hive of people, but naturally I'm in the front. And I remember hearing the talking of everybody like, whoa, my God, what? Because it was so breathtakingly beautiful. Like, the construction was all like a unibody. So I remember these enormous, like, windows. And they just looked out into space. All black stars, your stereotypical space scene, right? And you saw Earth. Boom. Right there. Like I said, the only time I've ever seen anything even remotely close was in Helldivers. And when I saw Helldivers, my asshole cinched up for like half a beat. And I think I told you, I was like, yo, oh my God, this was like exactly like in my dream. Like that loading screen where you guys, before you hell dive, like that hull, like that, except everything was massive. And everybody kept going like, whoa, do you believe? Like, we all just could not get, not that we were fucking in space, not that we're walking around with a group of people that we never met, but the sheer size. Like, in my 40 years, I've never been inside anything as big besides being outside. Besides being outside,
Yeah.
I've never been anywhere inside, and I've been in like MetLife Stadium. You know what I mean? I've watched a Yankee game.
Yeah.
Like I've been at Yankee Stadium. I've watched the Giants play, and I've still never been inside something that was as big as this one room.
Crazy.
So we're going in it with I'm going in with like this like horde of people, and everybody's in very light toned clothing, like ivory white-ish. Like I said, very stereotypical to like this particular scene. Everything in construction was seamless and like a high polished like chrome, right? So the ceiling melded into like the tiers of like the window, you know what I mean? Melded into the floors, and the floors melded into the machinery, like that. Like it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Like I wish that my ass could draw, because this, like, if anybody steals this, I'm gonna punch you in the throat.
Bro punch.
But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like everything was just seamless, and then like it had like these screens, and the people were working the screens, and when they see us, they kind of did like, okay, another group, right?
Next.
Now the weird thing is that I fully knew that they didn't look the way that I'm seeing them. I'm gonna say that one again. I'm seeing humans sitting at stations, very like a la Star Trek. You know what I mean? Like this was sitting in front of this table. You know what I mean? Like working on some shit, and everything was touchscreen. Everything was hands. Some people didn't even touch anything. Some people were just there, and things was happening. So I'm imagining that things were like telepathically type situation. Right? They were like this. Some people were just like looking at stuff, and things were working. So I'm assuming it was like some telepathic link. But I was fully aware that like I'm looking at a human. I'm like, you're not really a human. You don't even look the way you're looking.
Ooh.
You look the way you look because I need to see you like this.
Yeah.
Or else I may bug the fuck out. And you know this, and I know this, and this isn't your first rodeo, even though this is mine. Like, that's what it felt like. Like, instantly in my heart, I'm like, you're not a human. And I know. It wasn't a question. It was like, I know you don't look like that. So I walk in.
Bible angels come down.
Right.
Because they don't want you to see them.
Correct.
As their scary eyeball, weird
Right.
thing.
Right.
Sure.
And they're like 4D, like, you know?
Yeah, swirls of eyeballs.
So
and wings.
this one guy pretty much gives us like a huddle up, you know, like he was like, all right, everybody come forward, you know, blah, 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 you know, and again, the hustle bustle, so we're walking up. Now, as quick as my ass got to this spot, we're like finally in like the front, like, cause like, it was like a group, it was like an understood. They had like a glamour on or something to blend in. And yes, Alex, this ship was like constructed like a liquid metal nanotech kind of situation. Exactly. So it was like I felt like everything was innate in this space. Like you knew what was the vibe when you were walking in. Like I knew I was in space, even though I wasn't focusing on it. I knew that those individuals in front of me are extraterrestrial. I knew those individuals in front of me don't look the way that they look. They're only looking like that because they want me to look at that. And they're speaking English because I need them to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a glamour.
Right. But the crazy thing was that the people around me, when everybody was all wowing and hooing and hawing, were not speaking the same language. Which trips me to believe that everybody was hearing what the guy was saying in the language they needed to hear it.
That's
feel
actually
me?
really cool.
Actually super dope.
I like that.
Right?
If only we could do that in real life.
Facts.
That'd be.
So there's this one guy, you know, in front of the group, and like he kind of was on some elevated surface because remember everything was all, you know, together. So everybody's still doing their thing. They're not even worried about us. But like it was like an understood, like there was a group who was there, but they're not, and now we're coming up. Like it's our turn type situation. And he's all like, all right, everybody come forward, you know, da, 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 da. All right, don't be shy, come on up. And there's people, there's people like looking at the glass, like everybody's kind of like stopped at their part, but there was people and some others who were like, oh, I'm gonna fucking walk up because when's the next time I'm gonna be able to see Earth
From here.
full stop you know what I mean, or his face, or whatever. So like, I'm taking it in my mind. I'm like, this is amazing, this is gorgeous, right? So the guy says, and I'm just looking at this to confirm, even though I know the number, I'm just looking at it. The guy says, all right, we're about to send you back. Remember group 207. And everybody's like, 207? What the fuck? All different languages. 207? Like, what the fuck? And he's like, he was like this. It is imperative that you remember that you are in group 207. Say it. And everybody's like, 207. Yeah, right? So he looks at the guy, and the guy, like, it was like that knowing look. Like, he looks at this guy who's in front of this terminal. And the terminal's one of these situations, this guy's in a solo seat. The terminal's in front of him, black screen, and a holographic image of a hand appears on the screen. I know the vibe. Because he was like, okay, remember 207? It was very much like, okay, you're done. Like, kind of beat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, you know, like one of these type deals. So, again, it don't matter if Eric's in real life or in fucking space. The guy's about to put his hand on, and I said, wait, like that.
Tracks.
And I said, how are we going to know when we need to know to use 207? Because nobody fucking asked. The guy at the console, not even speaking, he go like, oh my God, I go again, chills. Yo, he was at the console. He looked at me and goes, oh, you'll know. Bang! Hands right on the thing, and all of a sudden I'm like, whop, in bed. Yo, fucking chills. Like that. He just looked at me and like laughed, like so snarky, and he was like, oh, like, you'll know. As soon as he put his hand on that thing, I was like, bang, hit the bed, and then I instantly came up like, to this day, 2:07 in the morning, February 7th, 2:07 at night, 2:07 in the morning, I'm always like,
is this it?
right, but the thing that the guy said, right?
What'd you hear?
I hate her.
I hate that. I hate that alien
I
sound.
hated her.
That scares me.
I hated her. No, but that shit was like that to me was like, okay, was that a dream? But it didn't. Now, it didn't. Here's my thing though. It didn't feel like a dream. And I've had several out-of-body experiences that we will talk about at one point. Several. Like, it's my thing. And I know what that feels like. Mm-hmm. And this was not it. So I'm just always like, oh, yeah, that was an amazing story to hear while we were waiting for practice. Yeah, I told him that, like, when we were out of practice one time. And I was just like, yo, I just don't know. I just don't know.
No, it's crazy.
So that right there, that's probably like, I'd say like a what, a C plus, B? What do you think? Is that still like first-hand experience? Yours was like motherfucking S plus. Like that was like uncanny, crazy, like lights. Like we saw a ship.
So the thing with what happened to me and what I feel like happened to us whether or not you recall it or not.
Right.
The shitter is just the night before we saw what we thought to have been the sky.
Right.
And that was unexplainable. Not like the Starlink things that I seen. That was explained. This was unexplainable. Mm-hmm. It was a whole group of us that seen it. We were all poking fun at it. And then the next night...
Right, so we poked the fucking bear. And they said, oh, bet, so you think you cute. Do me a favor, can you hold this? Yank.
Yeah. And then the next day, the next night when we're home, this happens. Right. Now, when you dream normally, at least for me, when I have a dream and I'm dreaming about my room or I dream about my house, you know that it's supposed to be your house. You know it's supposed to be your room.
Right.
But it doesn't quite look like your house or
Right.
like your room. It looks different.
There's something off.
Yeah. This was like I was laying in the bed and my eyes were open. It looked like
reality.
that. And I could see the light from the hallway of the fire detector blinking.
Right.
Like there was nothing different. And then when they came in, everything happened. And then when I came to, the light that was not on when we went to bed was on.
No, I like your
So
experience is
those
crazy.
things is what make me go, maybe that wasn't a dream. Maybe, am I one of those rednecks that got abducted? I don't think I got
You totally got touched in your butt.
I don't think
You
so.
totally got diddied by the fucking alien.
I don't think so.
100%.
But I did have him check my whole body for weird markings
did.
and whatnot because I was that scared when I got up. Mm-hmm. It's weird. It's weird.
And in my experience, so that I had with Group 207, again, I've experienced out-of-body experience. I've experienced lucid dreaming. That's another really big one. No, they're not the same. No, they're not the same. I'll fucking die in this hill. I'll fight you. No, they're not the same. We'll discuss it, and I will explain just how different lucid dreaming is from astral projecting. But they're not the same. You know what you know. I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you know what you know.
Yeah.
I feel you know what you know. And with that, that I think it's that inevitability to me, because and I say it all the time, at least 50 times a day, I don't believe in coincidences.
Yeah.
So when things start aligning, when things start coming up, and like 207 and the number 7's been a big thing lately. I'm a 7 life path, you're a 7 life path, numerology wise.
Yep.
You can't help but question these things like, did I really experience this? And if so, what relevant? And even if it's my subconscious, right? Even if we're thinking about this, like, you know what? It was a dream. Like, what pulled from my everyday to go, oh, by the way, 207, let's go down this road. Oh, by the way, yeah, we'll put you on a spaceship when we do it. Like, never. Like, I love Star Wars, but I'm not like a sci-fi watching guy.
Right.
Like, I love cyberpunk, but I'm not out here just...
And it's also not like
In
every
that.
second of every day you're like, oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So to put me in that, and even as interesting as I find this, I'm not the kind of individual that goes, oh, so abductions, am I right?
Right.
So to have that experience and to know, like, I knew it was extraterrestrial. I knew they were speaking so I could understand them. I knew they were looking in the manner that they were to get me to feel comfortable.
Right.
Like, that's tough. That's tough.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. Should we finish off this episode with our time story?
Yes. So we saved the biggest one for last. So I will start it because
Yep.
it started with me, and
Yep.
then we're going to transition to Paula because Paula's going to be able to finish it. So those of you who know me also know that I'm a person of routine. We are a couple of routine.
Yep.
Everything is habitual. We do things once. We're the kind of people that we do things one time and now it's a tradition.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, it's our tradition.
that
to
one
eat here.
time.
And we're like,
It's a
we did it one
tradition
time.
now.
We just ate here one time. Yeah, but we did. Now it's our thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we still.
Hence why when we go away, we only eat at the same restaurants every single time
Like,
because it's tradition.
Before we go to Panther, we always eat it.
Way Back Jake's.
Way Back Jake's. Ain't no fucking reason why, besides the
Never
fact
fails.
that we were just fucking broke when we first started,
Literally.
going out and going to Penzic.
We
and,
go to
like,
Salem.
You gotta go to the tavern.
You gotta go to the tavern.
Right. So like we do these weird things, right? We do these weird things. So okay, the time dilation. So I get up every morning at the same time. Now this time I was actually getting up earlier. I was actually psychotic as fuck and get up at like 4 to work out, and then la 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 la.
Yeah.
So it was around 7 o'clock, which is around the time that I start making our breakfast and everything like that. Getting ready to leave.
Well, you had to be to. Okay.
No. I had to get up early, and what ended up happening was, I was about to make my iced coffee in the morning,
Right.
and the little arm in our freezer was stuck, so it didn't make ice that night.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck, like I need coffee in the morning. So there was just enough, I think maybe a little bit for you or whatever. So I was like,
Yeah.
listen, I was like,
There's
I'm
just
making your
enough for me
coffee,
to have it.
but I need to leave now. Like I need to leave now so I can go get myself a coffee and function as a human. And I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to go to the Daily Grind.
I'm
Now
gonna
the
leave
Daily
15
Grind,
minutes early.
I'm gonna leave 15 minutes early. I'm gonna go to the Daily Grind because it only takes 15 minutes to get there. I'm gonna grab my coffee, and from the Daily Grind, it is literally a 1 minute to 2 minute drive to go right onto the interstate where I need to be to head toward the office. Okay, honey, I love you. Give a kiss.
It's 7:15 at this point.
It's 7:15.
Approximately 7:15.
I make
7:18.
it down on time. 7:30. In the line for the Daily Grind. I get my drink and I put it in my console right here in the center. Start driving. And literally it is make a left, you go straight for dead ass a minute or two, and then you go left right onto the interstate. So I go up, do the route, go left onto the interstate, and as I'm going around the interstate, it's like a little turn that does one of these kind of situations, right? Kind of horseshoes in. I recall going just like this, and I'm always very deep in thought when I go into work. That's when I do a lot of manifestation and meditation. And for those of you who don't know, I have aphantasia. So with aphantasia, that is where when I think, I don't see images when I imagine. I can't see pictures. It's fucking black. No matter how hard I try, I love my gorgeous wife. She's right here. If I close my eyes and imagine my wife, I know the concept of my wife. I know how she looks. It took me 30-something years to actually realize that everybody actually sees a picture. Like,
Most people.
sees something when their eyes are closed, like a dream. Like from what I compare to a dream. I don't. But with aphantasia also, I don't have an internal monologue. So I speak to myself out loud. And when I think, it sounds like this. But in my head, where y'all apparently hear a voice or voices, and sometimes it's not yours, y'all are fucking weird, but apparently I'm the one with the issue. Aphantasia affects that as well. So I don't have that voice. So when I read and everything, the only way I can describe it is I feel it here. I feel it here. I say the words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just said it, but I'm not hearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it is.
I wish I could turn it off sometimes. This thing just
Listen,
goes and goes.
so that's how it is, and this is very important because going around that turn, lean like this, and out loud. What I call out loud, y'all call this thinking, but out loud in my head, I hear myself go, what time is it? Just like that. That is the only time in my entire life that I've ever heard my voice back to me that I'm not listening to myself. And then I said, that's a dumb as fuck question to ask. Ma'am, we're going to get terms of service. You can't be showing your butt on camera. All these people see my daughter's ass. Ma'am, Hoochie, we're in the middle of something.
Aria, come on now, girl.
So anyways. So I go, damn, that's a weird as hell question to ask. But then I go, what time is it? Chat, I look at my clock. It's 9 o'clock. Remember, left my house at 7:15. Got to the coffee shop at 7:30. Just went 2 minutes down the road. Enough time to lean my hand like this. 9 o'clock. When I say, I'm thinking about it right now. Sheesh. When I say it went whoosh over me, I'm like, ha, hoo, ha, he, ha, wait, how, ha, look. I look at my drink. Literally a sip's worth of
Aria,
drink.
come on now, girl.
A sip's worth of drink was had. Condensation was outside of my cup.
Melted ice cubes.
The time stamp on the fucking cup says 7:30 a.m. 9 o'clock. Now I'm like, did I fall asleep on the fucking road? Did I on the interstate and just slowly gliding? And all of fucking southern Pennsylvania said, you know what, we're gonna let this boy sleep and just gently go around him. Like, how?
So
It's impossible. It's I would have had to been going backwards to make it that way in 2 hours. Hour and a half, whatever the fuck it was. Impossible. So now I'm like, how far did I make it? Chat, I made it like that far away from the entry ramp. Make it make sense. I'm at this point mind lost. So I'm like, no. I'm thinking daylight savings, clock is fucked up. Look at my clock, right? Clock is connected to fucking space. 9. Look at my watch. Apple Watch. 9. Fuck. Boom. Call the wife. Car calls the wife. I never call unless it's an emergency first thing in the morning. So Paula already is picking up the phone like, hello? And I'm like, fucking entertain me. What time is it?
At that moment, I'm like, oh my god!
And we're nerding out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god.
So, we're gonna go back in time now. It's 7:15. He's leaving. He comes in the bathroom. I'm actively in the bathroom getting ready for work, doing my hair, yada yada. So, he kisses me, says goodbye, leaves. Cool. At that point in time, I'm finishing up my hair anyway. So, I'm going to make my way across the house to the bedroom, which is not a crazy distance away. I hear bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. And I'm like, the fuck is that noise? So, I look out the window in the bedroom, and there's a woodpecker. First of all, those things in real life are ginormous.
Enormous.
They're like
They're
dinosaurs.
like my height.
But there's a big ass woodpecker. Mind you, this was the first time I had consciously seen a real life woodpecker, and that shit was on the tree back by our window, just mad loud. Ba, 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 ba.
Mauled
Ba, 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 ba,
that
ba,
tree
ba.
to this day.
Ba, 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 ba,
It's
ba.
mauled.
So I'm looking at the window for what I think is just a second. Like, god damn. So I sit down at my vanity to do my makeup. I get a message. Somebody I work with. Where are you? I'm like, the fuck? I'm at home. I look at the time, and it's after 9 o'clock. And I'm like, oh my God. Mind you, I'm the type of person, I am never late to work. I am early every day
Yeah,
to
Paul
work.
is that if you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time.
Yeah, I am on time every day. So, I'm panicking. I'm texting the receptionist who messaged me. And I'm like, oh my God. Mind you, I didn't want to tell her that I just lost, I don't know, an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes of my fucking life. So I said, oh my God, emergency. I'll be there soon. Sorry. Because I didn't want her to think that I was fucking crazy. So I'm panicking in my head, trying to finish getting ready, going, oh my God. I know that when he left, it was 7:15. I looked at my watch. 7:15. I have ample enough time to get ready, finish getting dressed, and head to work. He calls me. In this time, I'm thinking, oh my God, did I not look at the time right? This is not me. Did I not look at the time right? Did I dilly-dally? No, I didn't dilly-dally. The only thing that I did, I looked at the window for a brief second at the woodpecker. That's the only thing different in my routine that I did that day.
Right.
That I didn't.
And you're not pausing out looking at this
I didn't look at
for
this
2 fucking
woodpecker
hours.
for an hour 45 minutes of my life.
Right.
No, I did a quick look. What the hell is that sound? What the hell is that ginormous dinosaur on my tree? I'm serious, they're
No,
huge.
they're like dead ass. Like,
Yeah, they're huge. And then I went about my business.
Imagine it was a little gray.
Don't say that. That freaks me out.
Because that shit is probably like 2 feet tall, 3 feet tall.
That freaks me out. And it was, oh my God. Weird. So he calls me. And the reason why I picked up the phone like, hello, is because I'm already thinking that I'm going fucking crazy because I just lost all this time in what felt like a minute. Not even. Walking from the bathroom to the bedroom, looking out the window. Not even a full
Not
minute.
an hour and 45-minute walk.
Not an hour and 45-minute walk.
Right.
So I'm, hello? He's like, entertain me.
Yeah, entertain me. What time is it?
And I was like, oh my God, I just remember this. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm going off. That fucked me up for a long time. That still fucks me up.
Yeah, so in continuation with that with me, so now I realize where I'm at. I still have to drive, because I live 45 minutes from my job. I still need to drive a half motherfucking hour to get to my job. So now I'm fucked. Driving down this road, going like, what happened to me? Like I don't. The math just simply was not mathing.
You literally can't. If you have never had this happen to you,
You can't describe
you
it.
cannot describe how it's just gone. It literally felt like a blink of an eye.
Because it's like if somebody was like, "Oh, I went to the anesthesia and I woke up," makes sense. The math is mathing.
Right.
Oh, we were around you. A day passed. You were in a coma. Understandable, makes sense. in your car, moving at 65 minimum on a highway, 65 miles per hour. It's in the fucking name, and you make it 2 hours later, and you make it not even a half mile. It's probably a quarter mile, legit. Probably a quarter mile. I made it from the entry ramp to that because I end up looking. I'm like fucking moving it. I'm doing geometry and shit. I'm thinking latitude and longitude. Like, where the fuck am I? And I'm like, I'm still. The exit is just like makes zero sense.
If this did not happen at the literal same exact time as it did to him, which if you think
I would
about
have just
it,
thought that like I wasn't paying attention to the time and I actually left later. Like if you were like, honey, the fuck are you talking about? Of course it's 9 o'clock. Why the fuck aren't you at work? I would have just been like, I don't know what the fuck I just did. I would have still been like, nah. But because my thing was the drink. The thing that fucked me up was my drink.
well, you had a timestamp there.
Literal timestamp, full condensation on the outside of the cup. I just got it. It's got to put it down. Like, y'all know when you leave the cup, especially in the summertime or whatever, when you leave the cup out, the condensation just drips all the fuck over it the longer that it's out there. That's what I'm saying. It went from like dry cup to full condensation to me like this. And I'm like, ice melted in it, you know what I mean? And I'm like, so clearly I've been out in these streets for fucking 2 hours. So I remember I drove into work. I paused. I grab out my cell phone. I actually, I'm going to try to see if I could find it. I have a TikTok that I made in the parking lot of my job, freaked out of my fucking gourd about what had happened. I'm just trying to see if I could find it briefly. If I can, I can. If I can't, I can. I probably fucking passed it. But I was right in my parking lot and I stopped right there. And the first thing I thought of was I need to timestamp this moment so I never forget what the fuck happened. And I needed something for me so I can say for infinity, like, no, that's me thinking I'm fucking cute talking to spiritual TikTok. Hold a fucking minute. No.
It was June 1st, and you basically said.
Yeah, I was just trying to find it. Yeah, I was just trying to find it, but the date was just pretty much that, like me just bugging out, kind of saying like, holy shit, like that was that. But I timestamped it, you know what I mean? I timestamped it and I had it there where it was one of these things where I wanted it to be known. It's around here somewhere. So I was in the fucking parking lot and I was like, holy shit, this is a thing. You know what I mean? I end up now walking inside my job. I actually see Elba, who is my boss, who used to be my partner at this time as a banker, who literally corroborated the story in chat just a little bit ago. She goes, yeah, I remembered you mentioned it, and she got the little laughing face on there. Because what happened was, I walked in. Look, there she is right there. I walked in like a deer in headlights. And everybody's looking at me because, like, I work at a bank, for those of you who don't know. So I'm walking in there when the door's opening. And I'm like this.
I was fucked.
And everybody thinking they cute. Elba like, morning, you know, like motherfucker, you late. And like,
You'll never believe what
I'm looking at my manager, but that, I swear on everything I love.
You wouldn't believe it if I said it.
Look, laughing. That's literally what I said. Because everybody's like, my man Mike, who used to be the lead teller there, he goes, are you okay? And I literally went like this. I said, you won't believe me if I tell you.
Yo. Oh,
and he was like, okay. Now, Mike was like the most understanding person on the planet. So I even told Mikey. Mikey was just like, that's crazy. Like, I think he believed me, and a part of it because I'm. For those of you who know me, I'm as subtle as a shotgun to the face. Like, I'm not a liar. I'm a very straightforward person. So for me to be bugged the fuck, I kind of be like, like, something happened to me. Like, I can't explain it. Like, I still don't know what happened.
To this day, as I get ready for work, I check the time.
Timestamp every day since.
50,000 times.
Every time. Every time I'm looking at the clock. I don't give a fuck if I'm late. I'm just looking at the clock, knowing what fucking time it is, because I've been on it. Now here's a kicker, right? Right, here's a kicker. So this happened. This happened. Mike is the one who actually was like, bro, it's actually been like 2 hours. It's not an hour. It's like almost 2. Like it's 9 o'clock. Like it's after 9. And I'm like, bro, when I left the house, it was 7:15, 7:30 when I fucking got the timestamp, right? I put this on TikTok. Not thinking anything of it. I did it. I didn't do it for views. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I did it because I needed something to say, okay, this is it. A week later, I get a message from a buddy.
Oh, yeah.
From the SCA. Eric, you're not going to believe this. It happened to me too. And I'm like, what happened? And he was like, I just lost 2 hours of time. And when I came to, first thing I saw was your TikTok.
Crazy.
I could probably pull up the fucking receipt on my phone still from my man, because we don't really talk like that, like on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, we're like face to face dudes. Like, so when he wrote me that, I'm like, what are you talking about? Peep this. He works from home, chat. How the fuck you late walking inside your house, chat?
You walked to the other room.
He says he has the same routine every morning. He wakes up, he grabs his coffee, he walks onto his porch, smokes a cigarette, drinks his coffee, scrolls on TikTok. When it's time for him to start work, he takes his happy ass back through the fucking front door that he walked out of and sat down at his computer and works. He said, same routine. Coffee, porch, cigarette, little moment, put on TikTok, heard my thing, said that's crazy, looked at the time and realized his bitch ass just lost time as he was watching my TikTok.
Late for work.
Late for work at his own house. Hours.
And Mystic is right. How many times
How many times it happened to my ass and I never noticed it? Y'all, one of the things that you're going to hear from us all the time is there's no such thing as coincidences.
Nope.
And never ignore synchronicities.
Yep.
Those are two big things in the spiritual realm. You know, kind of deviating now off of the abduction, because frankly, you know, that was our last big story on that. But you know, just speaking esoterically, you know what I mean. Never ignore. You know, always look out for synchronicities. You know what I mean. And there's no such thing as coincidence.
Nope.
You really have to take a step back sometimes and really pay attention. A lot of this stuff is in our face. And the reason why we bring that up is because there's been many claims of abduction that root itself in the lapse of time. Actually, do you want to share that story, how you found that out?
What do you mean?
How you found out that that's potentially that and that reading that you got? Or is that another story for another time?
Another story for another time.
Okay, so we're going to put a pin in that. That's going to be another story for another time. It kind of correlates with this. But a lot of times when there's loss of time, you know what I mean? It goes hand in hand with abductions and things of that nature, supposedly being called on for a higher purpose and having to go back and handle business. Apparently, don't know what that means.
That friend of mine who I was speaking about earlier with the Pleiadians, it has to do with after this situation happened She's the only person that I knew that would believe what the hell just happened. And
Oh, you're sharing.
well, might as well.
Oh, okay.
We're
Y'all
here.
are getting all right.
It'll be a brief. It's
and y'all
brief.
are getting
It's
the
brief.
bonus material right
It's brief. It's brief.
It is brief, but this is crazy.
So, she really believes in the Pleiadians and believes that
She believes in star seeds. For those of you who are familiar
Yeah.
with that, she believes in star seeds, that she's a star seed, and that there's people that are literally seated on this planet that are interdimensional.
Yeah. And ever since I had first met her, she always was like, you and your husband have like this connection. You have, like, you guys need to learn. Do you want me to come to your house and teach you how to connect with your abilities? I don't know of any other way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
But so this situation happened. I get to work. Luckily that day I had no patients to see. Well, I did, but they were later in the afternoon. So I get in and I'm talking to this girl and I tell her what the hell just happened. She's like, "Oh my God, on lunch, I'm gonna do like a reading, basically, on you." Cool. And I'm so fucked up the entire day that I'm like, give me answers, girl. So she does this whole thing and she's like making these noises, like weird.
She was channeling.
Yeah, she was channeling. Okay.
A lot of people, if you're into star seeds, or if you've ever even stumbled across them on TikTok, they call it light language, where it's a lot of like, think of it like the equivalent to like when a Christian or evangelical or Baptist born again, they say that they speak in tongues, and they all of a sudden they're speaking what sounds to be some form of respectful gibberish.
Yeah.
Light language sounds almost like and this is my nerd showing, like a mix between tongues and parcel tongue, where it's
Yeah.
very much like
Yeah. And like weird little hums.
and there's like a little
that.
like and like clicks and ticks, but they the those who believe in that particular practice call that light language.
Yes. So she does this and she has me there and I'm literally sitting in the middle of our office and she has like water in front of me. She lights a candle. She had this whole little kit in her car that she uses for her little rituals and whatnot. So she brought them into the office and we're doing this. She starts speaking in this language. And I'm just there and I'm vibing and I'm letting my girl do her thing.
Right, because didn't you say she emphasized that you just have to let it happen?
Yeah,
Like,
you
believe,
just-
like, for the moment, even if you think it's bullshit.
Yeah, just be open. Be
Right.
open. Let your mind be open. Let your soul be open to
To connect.
connect. Yeah.
Even in our practices, that's the same thing.
Right, exactly. So I'm like, okay, I'm putting everything in this right now. I have nothing to lose. So she does this. It goes on for however long. And then when she comes, when she's done speaking, she tells me in, our regular language, that she was connecting and she could see us leave our human form, for lack of better words. And during the time of the missing time, essentially we were needed for something bigger at that moment. So our mundane, regular human bodies
We're in like stasis.
were literally just I was probably standing looking out that window like a zombie during that whole time. Whatever it is, I don't know how that works.
And my ass must have been doing a smooth one.
Smooth one. So our physical forms were left here. Our spiritual forms were needed somewhere that was not here. And she described the way that I looked was like
In the spirit.
How she saw me in my spirit form. I had very flowy clothing on, and I was holding like these chained beings, and they were and I'm holding them in front of me on these chained beings, multiple chained beings, and they were like, we were fighting something. And she said that Eric she's seen him as one of those lion things. I forget what they were called. Mm-hmm. In that moment, we were needed in our ethereal forms more than we were needed in our.
So the way she just so the way that she described it, she was saying that
Alex,
because she believes herself to be Palladian.
Yes.
She was saying that she saw you in this big like warrior chick form, like super huge, super powerful, exuding power, with chains or like these beasts on the end, like you were like taming the beasts. And it was, she said, for me now, this is the thing that I found super interesting about this whole thing. Yeah, she said the Lyrian race was apparently what my spirit is the Lyrian race. And the way that she described it is she said she saw a hulking warrior spirit that I supposedly am. This big hulking warrior spirit with the face of a lion, hulking frame, and he was holding a scimitar. Now,
go on.
Yep. Now, for any of you who know me or know that I do the medieval stuff, my persona is Middle Eastern. He's Syrian, and my heraldry for over a decade has been a lion running with a scimitar in its hands. A lion passat, they call it in heraldry. So it's a screaming lion in full gallop with a scimitar in his right paw, which is very, very similar to the Iranian flag. So
just to note, at that point in our friendship relationship, she did not know anything about our SCA life. It was strictly work, friend. We weren't on any kind of social medias together.
And I've never seen this woman a day in my life.
Nothing.
She's only ever seen pictures of me.
Right. And she read I don't even think that she's seen pictures of him at this point in time.
Oh, I wasn't sure if he had pictures of me or something. Like,
I don't recall. It was very new in our friendship because she started to work there with me. But we connected. Like, I remember even coming home one of the first days she started working there, and I told Eric, I was like, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm soul sisters with this lady. Yeah, you were saying that you guys are like so vibing it out together. Yeah, we vibed hard. But at this moment when this happened, she didn't know anything about necessarily my personal life. Right. Oh, the only way she saw your pictures on my desk. I have those from when we were at Vero Beach. Those ones up there. The little photo things. But besides that, she was so new there. She didn't really know. She knew that I was married. She knew you from me talking about you and from that picture. But I don't think that she really knew anything personal. I still don't even know what this woman looks like. Yeah, I've shown you. I'm just saying. Look. You want to pick her off of the street? Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, that's true. So. That's what I thought was so dope about that story, and that's why I played in so much to all of this, because even though it's not abduction, it's alien adjacent. Yeah.
because starseeds believe them to be interdimensional beings from the Pleiadian star system. Pleiadians, the same ones that we read about at the very beginning of the stream, where she says that, you know, like Paul is this big being, you know, the power, and then she said that she saw me as that, and that moved me, because I'm like, wow, like to think like the spirit of that, of my actual heraldry, is something that's like so representative of me, and like that's why I chose the angle and direction that I went, you know, like that's just fucking cool. That's just cool. So I did see that there was some stuff that came in as we were talking. So I see Mystic Misfit said, I don't know if it's interdimensional per se, but your spirit travels through dreams. So now this is what we will touch on this, but this is what I was saying, how there is astral projection and lucid dreaming. And when we have that episode, which I mean, not for nothing, I mean, that could even be our next episode. You know what I mean? We'll discuss what we want to vibe with.
Yeah.
But there's a distinct difference between the two, which you are clearly doing one of the two. Clearly. So once we go into detail when we get to that episode of the difference between the two, then you're going to better understand exactly what it is that you're doing and then how to do it even more efficiently. Alex says, I remember when I was 15 going up to the local national park with 2 friends in the afternoon, about 2 p.m.ish. I do not remember walking back from the national park. These fucking national parks, am I right? To the local school.
That's a whole other story.
To the local school and sitting in the little nursery play area. But I suddenly noticed it was 7 p.m. and I was late to go home. So that's 5 hours. My mother had been out looking for me for an hour and had checked where I was, chatting to my 2 friends. I just know our conversation. I just know that our conversation had not been interrupted in all that time. That is wild. That is so crazy. And just like
all of us connect for certain reasons.
Everybody vibes, everybody connects for certain reason. There's another thing that we'll discuss, and I've had this conversation with some people at my job who's starting to listen to the fucking brujo over here, and that's soul families. I was just having a conversation about your soul family with somebody today. You know what I mean? And if you guys, like, again, listen, like on some real shit, man, if you want to talk about this, if you have some personal stuff, if you want us to get all esoteric on you and things like that, you know what I mean, and you want to vibe, go to that link on the top, go to Malave Gangs, man. You could either DM me personally, or, you know, Ms. Malave, you'll see her on there, or you could just write it right in the chat if you don't mind saying it out in the open, man, and we'll walk you through stuff. But that's a thing. Soul family, people connect and vibe and choose one another in this life for a certain reason.
But and that's why sometimes you connect more with other people than you do your own blood family.
That's right. Exactly.
Yep.
The blood of the brood is thicker than the water of the womb. Don't believe the bullshit lies that certain folks from certain groups of certain organizations say. Yep. Because they're misquoting their own shit.
As always.
It does not read blood is thicker than water. Fucking stop. That is not what it says, and that is not what it means. It says the blood of the brood is thicker than the water of the womb, which means the people you fucking choose are more important than your fucking birth family, because you chose them.
Yep.
But don't get me started. Look, I'm ready to turn.
Hold on.
Nah, turn
Let
it
me
down.
take that soapbox and move it over here.
Let me just take that soapbox, put it over here. Bah. Thank you. So, also, national fucking parks.
National parks.
National fucking parks.
Those weird stairs, man. Am I right?
A ton of weird fucking stairs. Weird stairs. Weird.
Did you see that?
Did you see that? The orb?
Yeah.
I saw that too. Chat, did you see the orb? Did anybody catch that? That's good. We're gonna have to clip that. Look, yes. Look, I'm just clipping that just in case. Look, everybody. Yeah. when you speak about spirit and spirit hears you,
Spirit makes it known that
spirit
they hear
makes it
you.
known. Ashe. Ashe, where's the wood?
Just saying.
I need real wood.
I got
Hold
the
up.
chilies.
We heard. We heard. You let it be known. You let spirit know. See, when you speaking on the real. Okay? Y'all witnessed it in shitty ass 1080p. We trying to get a better camera. You see me zooming in and out like the fucking way?
One day we'll get a better camera.
But y'all witnessed it in grainy ass 1080p. Alright? You saw it. The Brujeria is fucking real, man. The spirit world is real. Doesn't matter what you believe. Listen. It was like a beautiful quote that I heard, man. Right? Christians call it prayer. We call it work. Atheists calls it placebo effect. Buddhists calls it manifestation and meditation. Everybody fights at the name of the fucking practice, but nobody's arguing over the fact that it exists. Take that to the fucking bank right there, okay?
And on that note.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't believe in the spirit realm, you got your eyes closed.
Ooh.
I'm saying, look, I got chills.
Yup.
Ashe. Literally.
Yep.
Like my practice says, ashe, ashe, ashe. So, guys, holy fuck. This was amazing.
That's fun.
Hey, y'all, give it up for fucking Mrs. M. We finally got her out here, a.k.a. the pillowcase. You want to yell at that motherfucker right there who's always saying that shit?
Mister.
Boy, do you have a story
Body
for the
pillow?
cord. Okay, yeah, please.
Oh.
Ricky, yeah, he's a... And on that note... Oh, my God. But, y'all, seriously, man. Thank you so much for coming through for this. This is, just so you know, let me get mushy for half a second, all right? Entertain me, bear with me. This is a fucking dream come true. I love this woman more than life itself. And the fact that I get to share something with her in this space is miraculous. We've been talking about doing something like this for a long time.
Even before he started doing stream.
Before I started doing stream, like, oh, we should do some shit like this. And chat, fucking listeners, take this away from this, because again, at the end of the day, this is going to be a spiritual podcast. This is an esoteric podcast. Listen to spirit. Okay? Listen to spirit. Okay? Spirit speaks loud. You're the one moving blind. I'm gonna drop that one on you again. Spirit speaks loud. It's you who's moving blindly. Source, God, the universe, whatever you want to call it. We believe in God.
Yep.
There's no doubt in that. God, universe, source, one, the whole, whatever you want to call it. Whole, W-H-O-L-E. Okay? All of that, it's a frequency. Another conversation I had today. Everything's a frequency. We are all living manifestations of that frequency.
Yep.
Might be 99.1, 99.2, 99.3, 99.4, 99.5, that orb that just came by, 99.6. Okay? We are all source trying to experience this, which means we all are on the same fucking station. We all hear it. How many times have you had an opportunity where you're like, I have this idea. This would be an amazing idea. We should start a podcast. We're going to make it esoteric. This isn't the first time fucking anybody's ever done this. We're not reinventing the wheel.
Nope.
The difference is we're adding our chat involved with this, but we
We're
want it to
doing
be
it on
podcast
Twitch.
form. We're doing it on Twitch.
Putting
It's gonna
it
be
on YouTube.
Right, we're gonna put it on YouTube. I'm gonna put this on also platforms where you can actually catch this as a traditional podcast
Style.
right? But like I told her, I was like, we know what one sounds like. We know what we're doing. but we want it to be authentic. We need to be our authentic selves because that's what people need. Right now, this world, this universe, we need more authenticity. Right, most are edited first. People want real. There's beauty in flaws. Nobody's perfect. There's nothing wrong with that. The fact that people try to find the perfect moment's the reason why you're missing the boat. The reason why we're missing the boat. I'm not speaking from a place of privilege. I'm speaking from a place of, hey, you know what? I'm just saying the quiet thing out loud. Okay? And that's why sometimes you have this fucking brilliant idea, then you're like, fuck! Somebody else did it.
The amount of times.
We're all on the same frequencies. Who's picking it up? And then what are you doing with it when you have it? Open your eyes. Open your hearts. Understand that this universe is well bigger than all of us. Take chances. Take risks. Do the scary thing. Because in the end, none of us come out alive. So why not enjoy all of the things when you're here? Enjoy all. Look at this. Alex, when I dream, I don't see myself as a human. I'm always a fox girl used as my persona. I remember hearing a name in one of your dreams, but you cannot direct reference it. You're known as Zen Canarian. That's beautiful.
I
and
love
Renov, a damn esports bar. You know it. Do it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be you. And you're beautiful. That's it. Point blank, done, period, end of story. And that's where I'm going to leave you guys. That's where we're going to leave you guys tonight.
Please stick around to watch our intro video. We're going to put it at the end here if you didn't catch it when stream started. So don't just click off right away.
Yeah, definitely that. So, guys, we love you. Stay curious.
Stay weird.
Stay weird. And like you learned from this episode, keep your eyes to the skies. Stay weird.
Bye.
Ashe.
Can you see me?